cũng được một phần giang mà second mau cái position này giống mà thank you check check check
A very good morning to each one of you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a day wrapped in stories, layered in culture, and bound by the spirit of community. We are so honored to have you with us. Today is more than just a culmination. It is a celebration of imagination, of memory, and of identity. We gather here for the graduation and book launch of the Forgotten Folklore Project Fellowship 2024 to 2025, a journey that has brought together voices from across the Northeast and Arunachal to Tripura, Manipur to Sikkim, to preserve and to reimagine our region's living oral traditions.
Launched by the Sauramandala Foundation, with generous support from the Nudge Institute and in collaboration with Storyweaver by Pratham Books, this fellowship has been a 6-month odyssey of storytelling, research, and creation. And today, we see its heartbeat. 20 beautifully illustrated children's storybooks rooted in indigenous stories and culture take flight.
So let us begin this unforgettable morning with a warm welcome to the visionary behind this initiative. Someone who believes deeply in the power of stories to shape how children see themselves and their worlds. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Lanu Sudhir, the project lead of the Forgotten Folklore Project, for the welcome address and to usher in an introduction for today's event. Lanu.
A little bit adjustment for short people. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Sauramandala Foundation and the Forgotten Folklore Project team, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. We are truly, truly honored to have all of you here with us today. And on this very special occasion, the graduation ceremony of the Forgotten Folklore Project Fellowship 2024 to 2025 and the launch of our storytelling handbook. I would especially like to extend a warm welcome to Sri Rakam A. Sangma, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya, our chief guest for the day, and Sri Samir Shisodia, CEO of the Rain Matter Foundation, for gracing us with your presence today. A very, very warm welcome to the distinguished guests, partners, mentors, educators, storytellers, artists, government representatives, and friends who have joined us today from across the region and the country. Your presence today is not only encouraging, but also a powerful affirmation of the importance of culture, education, and community in shaping our future. The Forgotten Folklore project was born from a quiet observation in 2019 when the Saramandala Foundation was building Anganwadi centers in the Garo Hills, and we noticed a gap. We were looking at the infrastructure part of it, but we realized that there is no illustrated picture books content for children in the region. And then there were not locally rooted or age-appropriate books for children. In a place where oral traditions are so strong and culture is lived and breathed, this absence felt so striking. And so in 2022, we officially began working on the TFFP project to preserve stories from Meghalaya and turn them into beautiful, accessible picture books for children. Since then, TFFP has grown into a movement. We've published 45 original storybooks from Meghalaya in English, Khasi, Garo, and Panar, making 180 books in total. All of these books are deeply rooted in the lived experiences, values, and traditions of our people. TFFP isn't just about books. It's about creating a space where stories can support education, where language and identity are celebrated. I'll just repeat that again because it's such a powerful line. TFFP isn't just about books. It's about creating a space where stories can support education, where language and identity are celebrated. In 2024, we expanded this work into a 6-month fellowship across 7 states in the Northeast. Authors and illustrators paired up to document oral histories, personal experiences, and folklore, and the result is the stunning 20 new picture books that we are so proud to launch today. One of the most meaningful outcomes of our journey is the TFFP Storytelling Handbook, rooted in the 45 storybooks created under the Meghalaya chapter of TFFP. This handbook is designed to support Anganwadi workers, educators, librarians, and caregivers in integrating storytelling into their early learning settings. TFFP today is not just a project, it is a bridge between generations, between policy and practice, between children and their culture, and this graduation is not an end but the beginning of so much more. Thank you again for joining us today. We look forward to celebrating this special day with you.
Thank you, Lanu, for that grounding reminder of why we are all here today. Now, as is tradition and honor, we take a moment to express our gratitude. We now invite the founders of the Saramandala Foundation, Naga Karthik and Neil Kamath, to come forward and present a token of our appreciation to our chief guest, Sri Rakam A. Sangma, Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya, and our guest of honor, Sri Samir Sisodia, CEO of Rainmatter Foundation. Honorable guest, your presence here affirms the importance of contextual storytelling in nation building and your belief in it.
Thank you, Karthik and Neil. Since we have all gathered here today to celebrate the beauty of storytelling and language, let us now all turn to the language that needs no translation, the language which transcends borders and times. This language is the language of music. Kasiyangritti Institute was established at Waking, a small hamlet under Cream Siamship, East Khasi Hills district, with a strong purpose to disseminate the core concept of Khasi traditional music, both religious and non-religious beats, to preserve for posterity the religious drum beats, and to impart the training to young people who are eager to uplift and understand Khasi traditional music. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Symphonies of the Hills by Kasiyangritti, a tribute in rhythm to the land and the law that shapes us. We apologize for the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen. The performance would be soon be folded in front of you.
Right. As we continue, take a moment to honor the spirit that fuels movements like this. The Saramandala Foundation has not only envisioned but architected meaningful change across the Indian Himalayas and Northeast India.
Founded in 2018, the Saramandala Foundation is a change-making NGO committed to accelerating social and economic transformation in remote and inaccessible communities through collaborative action. With a deep respect for local wisdom and lived realities, the foundation works hand in hand with communities to design context-specific solutions that uplift lives while preserving the cultural of the regions they serve. At its core, ladies and gentlemen, Saramandala is a bridge connecting intention with impact and possibility with place.
Let us all welcome the founder of the foundation, changemaker and explorer, Naga Karthik MP, to share more about the work and ethos of the Saramandala Foundation.
Hi everyone, good morning. First of all, thank you so much. I know a lot of you have traveled a long way, put in a lot of effort. A lot of the partners and friends have actually also gone to the field to try and understand our work better. So huge gratitude for that. And I thought I'd also take this opportunity to talk a little bit about what Saramandala Foundation is. What we see as our role as an organization in a state like Meghalaya, in a region like the Northeast, and how I think the idea behind, I'll go a little deeper than what Lano did in terms of how the idea for the Forgotten Folklore project came about. So Saramandla Foundation, we are an NGO originally registered in Bangalore, but the only office we have is the one in Shillong. The majority of the team actually works out on the field across the 3 regions of the state. We actually started our work in the Garo Hills back in 2019, and since then we've been trying to identify a lot of the gaps. What we try and do is we try and identify gaps that we feel are important for the community on the ground and also important for the government system, for the public system. And as an NGO, we try and design solutions at the intersection of this. One of the core reason of why we exist is because we feel that there is a gap between where and how policies are designed and what the actual needs on the ground. And we feel that as an NGO, because we can be flexible, we can be a little bit nimble, we have a lot of flexibility towards designing things on the ground. And once we start to see things work and get things a little right, that's a good time to have a conversation with the public system, with the government system, who's actually very, very good at scaling things. So this role between the ground and the government is something that we try and play. So our journey, actually, we were registered in 2018 with all of this just as a concept. We went through a couple of incubation programs. We started work first in the Garo Hills, actually in Daribokre. And being out in the community is when we learned a lot about, so we came in with a lot of ideas of, okay, this is what we're going to do, these are the problems, we know the solutions, but I think only to realize that once we go on the ground and meet with the communities, we actually don't know anything. And we need to restart everything from scratch. So that's how we started, and today we're a team of about 180 plus in Meghalaya itself. About 100 of them are youth from the state who work in the field. The rest of them are people that we work with in the Shillong office. And about 97% of the team is from the state or from the region. So we also see that as one of our roles, is playing this role of a bridge and building the human capital of the state to actually try and solve problems that they can see around them. Our approach to doing this is quite simple. The team on the ground is something that we call the learning layer. So we build their capacities to identify gaps, we make capital available to them to try out ideas, see what works, see what doesn't work, learn from that. And as these ideas take some shape and form, we try and turn it into a program. These programs help us generate evidence, which we are then able to take back to the government and actually then work with the government system to scale this idea and then and try and integrate it into the system. So we feel that that's the most efficient role that we can play, and that's what we've been doing in the state for the last 5.5 years. So a little bit about how the Forgotten Folklore project came about. Like Lanu mentioned, one of the initial gaps we identified was the built environment and the infrastructure of Anganwadis, to try and see how do you make it more climate resilient. So we were looking at local built environment. How can you build with bamboo? How can you do rainwater harvesting at the Anganwadis? And also look at aspects of cooking. And during this project is when, so we did a needs assessment across about 20 Anganwadis in the Khasi Hills and the Garo Hills. And that's when we started to realize that while Anganwadis were supposed to provide the early education along with the schools, there was a massive gap in terms of the content that is there. I think the most common book we find in Anganwadis is Goldilocks, or there is London Bridges Falling Down and so on. While it's absolutely, I think, fine and good for children to also learn about these, we felt that as a learner, as a child who's starting their learning journey, they may be not being given a fair chance if there is content that doesn't represent them, that doesn't speak about their environment, their place, their own communities. And because that's when I think learning by association, familiarity, all of those things really matter when you start to learn new concepts, a new language like English and so on. So that's actually what got the idea going. So we So I think that's also when the conversation, the partnership with Pratham Storyweaver started. So we downloaded a lot of the books from the platform, ran a small internship program with local translators who actually translated books written in other regions, but to Khasi and Garo. And this was a small piece of evidence that we were able to take to the government and actually help them visualize that, hey, what if you had stories that represented your own rich culture, your place, the food from here, the people from here, and the role that it could have in the system. And so that's when the idea for the Forgotten Folklore project came about. And with the government of Meghalaya, we've published 45 books, 15 each for each of the regions. I can see some of the contributors here. And we didn't want to stop there because we realized two things. One, there was still a gap of taking these storybooks and trying to build something like a handbook to actually connect it from stories to policy in the education system and the social welfare department. And we also realized that the same gap is probably there in the other regions. The amount of diversity of communities, the regions in the Northeast, we felt that this was a huge opportunity, and that's when the idea for the fellowship came about. I think one of the common questions we get asked is why a fellowship approach to this? And for us, if you can sense the energy in this room, I think a lot of people here are fellows who are deeply passionate about this project, about the work that happens. And the fellowship approach actually allows us to scale an idea and scale it fast and generate evidence. So that's when the idea for the fellowship came about, and that's what we're here today for. So where we want to go from here is to, in Meghalaya, I think, go into depth, try and see how we can integrate into the system, both at the Anganwadi level and the school level. There have also been opportunities that have popped up with merchandising, with tourism, because once the artwork is created, I think there's a lot of avenues that open up, and that we see ourselves as playing that role to generate more and more of this evidence. But also a lot of the books that have been published now from the other states are what we want to use to actually start conversations in all of these other states to reach the kind of scale and depth that we have in Meghalaya. So we want to try and take our learnings from Meghalaya, use that as an example, and scale to other states. So this is typically how we operate as an organization. Some of our other projects in the state are, one of it is called the Chief Minister's Youth Centers. These are community spaces that have an aspect of self-designed learning. They have libraries as part of them. There are sports like ultimate frisbee, football, and chess. The idea was to create a space in the communities that is accessible to everyone, for anyone to come in and learn what they would want to do. One of our other programs is called the Prime Sauramandala Rural Entrepreneurship Fellowship, where the gap that we identified was a lot of rural entrepreneurs in Meghalaya, and they were trying to figure out their businesses on their own. And the government infrastructure, the support ecosystems was quite far away. So it's either in the block offices or district offices or in Shillong. So we piloted this model called and we now call it the doorstep incubation model, where we have block level teams that actually go and find entrepreneurs, sit down with them, understand their needs, and try and give them a set of services that they need for their business right at their doorstep. So with all of these, the idea is that we do the work of iteration, generating of evidence, and helping build that bridge between what this program, the impact that it can have, and how it can integrate into policy. And I think at this stage, all of these three programs have found support in the government, and I think in that sense, it's been very nice for us it's been a very ideal journey for us actually to work with the government systems here as well, and I think we're really thankful for that. So yeah, I think I've already covered this. We largely play the role of designing, facilitating, bringing partners to the table, and trying to build evidence. Yeah, so broadly, some of the partners that we've worked with, and we understand that we can't do this alone. I think the Forgotten Folklore Project is a great example of that. We've had partners, like Storyweaver, that have helped us initially with a lot of the know-how of how do we get to doing this. We've also poached some of their people. And there's been other partners who have actually helped with publishing. All of the illustrators, authors, and editors that we've worked with, we see each of you as very, very valuable partners bringing, and it's this network and this collaboration that's actually allowed us to make all of this happen. So I think, this is pretty much about Sauramandala Foundation. And again, thank you all for making it here today, and I hope all of you have a good day.
Thank you, Karthik, for your insightful address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the opening performance, Symphonies of the Hills by Seeing Ritti.
Thank you for your wonderful performance, Enrique. Now, what does it take for a fellowship like this to come to life? Deep belief, sharp editorial vision, and a passion for children's literature, rooted in place and language.
We now welcome Monica Thomas, editor of the TFFP Fellowship, to speak on the why behind this journey, the purpose and pulse of the program, and what ambitions led her throughout such exhaustive moments of research and coordination to finally arrive to this stage. Monica, the stage is now yours. She's so excited already.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us here today. And it is with immense pleasure that I welcome you to the graduation ceremony of the TFFP Fellowship, TFFP Project Fellowship 2024-25. So 6 months ago, in late October, when we first began this fellowship, we set out to achieve 3 things because 6 months, you have to be ambitious. Create 20 contextual picture books, do it in a collaborative and timely manner, and because this is a fellowship, make sure there is growth throughout the process. And do all of this remotely. So with both excitement and a lot of nerves, our dear fellows embarked upon this journey. And because many of them, I would say 90% of them, are first-time authors and illustrators of picture books, we began with learning. They engaged in master classes, they engaged in several sessions, they read all the TFFP books. We had multiple offline and online classes with them to ensure that they knew what it is to make a book for the TFFP project. And once they were equipped with these tools, they embarked on their own journey of research. There are a few places that I would like to mention here. So the fellows did field trips from Dushutimuk in Assam, to Longwa in Nagaland, to Uttare in Sikkim, to Champai in Mizoram, to Kachingpno in Manipur, and Ultapani in Assam, among many, many other places. They identified resources, they built relationships with them, found stories from them, built their themes, and then began the creation process of the story. So a lot of heart, a lot of love, a lot of passion was something that they came with. Now, the themes that we have chosen for this story, they vary a lot. So in the 20 books that we have created today, we have touched upon themes from folk tales to traditions, from daily lived experiences to childhood memories, from anecdotal stories heard from grandparents to stories that are relevant now for people. So some stories like stories involving Jamdai from Tripura, to this epic fight between grief and loss with a lost art of brass making in Longwa, or to learning how to do the sabru for the first time in Losar. So these books have heavy themes, these books have different themes, these books are contextual. These books mean a lot to our fellows and hopefully to the people who will read them. And it is with this heart that they went about creating the books for the fellowship. So if you look at the little pamphlets that you have, you can see the covers of the books, and later you can also read the books there. So now with the themes being selected, our fellows began the creation process. So I told you this was a remote fellowship, right? So collaboration was at the center of it, both within the team and from our fellows. So there were many, many, many calls at different times of the day with bad network. There were many, many, many field visits, many, many, many drafts, many, many, many engagements throughout. Even though it was difficult, we made sure that, or at least we hope that we made sure that through every single change, through every single draft, through every single illustration prompt, everybody involved knew what was happening so that they felt a part of this entire process. And this, all the 20 books that you will see launched today is a labor of love, a labor of massive collaboration. So given the 3 things that we had aimed to achieve in the beginning and we had set out to do, I think now seeing all our fellows and collaborators sitting there and all of you with us today, I would say we've succeeded quite well in achieving that in 6 months. So this fellowship would really not have been possible without the dedicated efforts of multiple people. And I would like to thank each of them individually. So first is the TFFP team. I would like to thank Lanu Sudhir, Sam Karsanong, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Jodi Sangma, Nazrin Jirwa, Mayanka Chirmang, Gladinia Pirtu, Mahima Sinha, and Pinyeri Bawajri, thank you so much for all the help throughout the fellowship. To our experts who at the very beginning of the fellowship decided to trust us and help equip our fellows with tools. So Priyadarshini Gogoi, Kanato Jimo, Samantha Pingrove, Rucha Partners, and Gladinia Pirtu for this capacity building sessions. Without the tools you provided, we would have a really difficult time going about what we went doing. And finally, there are two people I would like to give special call-outs to. One is Risawanka Karumnuid, our assistant editor, and one is Rucha Partners, our book designer. This project would not have been possible without them. They were there from the beginning to the end, through all the hardships, through all the love, through all the difficulties. So thank you so much for being a part of the team, because otherwise this would not have been possible. And lastly, but definitely not the least, our fellows and collaborators, thank you so much for trusting us and for having faith in us to take you through this project. The books are a secret from you now, but hopefully you really enjoy the labor of your love. And lastly, to everyone here, thank you so much for joining us and celebrating with us today. We hope that you liked the books. Fellows, congratulations, and may more stories come from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for your lovely address. And now, we invite you, our dear audience, to witness the journey not in words alone, but through the faces, places, and moments that shaped the last 6 months.
Some stories are not written, ladies and gentlemen. They are remembered. This short film captures more than just a project. It captures a pilgrimage, a weaving of minds and spirits, where collaboration wasn't just about words on paper, but about sharing, laughter, about learning, and about moments that needed no sound to speak volumes. Behind every page, there was a pause, a story rediscovered, a spark passed from one hand to the next. These weren't just books being made. These were echoes, becoming voices, and finding new feet to walk upon. What you see here is not just behind the scenes, ladies and gentlemen. It is the scene behind the soul, the magic that happens when purpose meets passion, when stories, forgotten by time, are remembered by the heart. This is the fellowship. This is the folklore. And this is only the beginning. May we have the testimonial video, please.
You see, I let my mind wander across the universe, and I zero it down to where my mind put a focus with mindfulness. The importance of old sayings, proverbs, maxims, and the need to know its importance leads me to select the story, Really and the Cat.
I do write a lot of stuff, but this is kind of a very new journey for me. So initially, I was very much, worried, and also I was very much, a bit of nervous because I've never worked with an illustrator. Directly, I have written and I have sort of, worked with editor. But this is kind of a very whole new journey for me. I have sort of, worked with editor. But this is kind of a very whole new journey for me.
I took the opportunity the TFFP has given me to write a story that delves into my childhood and revive stories that are gradually fading away.
because of this project itself, I think it brings me closer to my people also.
If I have to talk about Sikkim, Sherpa community in Sikkim is like usually less. It is like 60 to 66,000 approx Sherpas we are here in Sikkim. So there is no such kind of, folklore literature, especially in the field of children. So it is like, I feel very happy that I think I am the first one to do this in this field. So yeah, I'm very, very grateful also. And this whole, I am like representing my whole 60 to 66,000 Sherpa community through this book too. So I'm very grateful.
Working on the book one, I learned that especially for short stories or the writing stories, unlike poetry, I cannot wait on for the inspiration to come to me. I'll have to look for it, I'll have to go, I'll have to plan, and I'll have to, work, and it did, and then perfection.
I feel like a lot of it has got to do with like the physical entities in the story, like the haircut, the outfits, the sort of gears that they use, and like the tools that they have with them.
Maybe like if I am illustrating this right now, people from the community are going to eventually read this and realize there is scope for representation. So it just has to be done. Something has to begin for people from the community, people from other communities to realize, be a little, take some initiative and do things in the same vein.
Many folklores consist of reading, and because it was oral stories and which have been passing down from generation to generations. So it contains many words that young readers would not be understanding.
I think the journey of being a non-fictional writer to a fictional writer, and now it has inspired me that I can write more stories. Even the resource person from the Ulta Pani, they were calling me again, right? He is like, I have many more stories, please come. And it was really inspiring. I have grown in that way also, I feel like.
This is my first time working in this field, so working time was I was struggling to get those final results, but somehow it's worth it. I did my best, and it also gives you time to explore your best.
It's not part of my comfort zone actually. I have not been a part of this, and it's a very important learning for me with the wordless book. So that's how.
When we were younger, we would hear all these stories from our parents, or we'd hear it from other people, from elders or things like that. But we didn't really have access to such books as such. They were not necessarily available. Maybe research was available, but not children's books or picture books, which is perhaps more child friendly, especially at a younger age. So I think I just say come with an open mind, read and revel in it if you can. If you don't like it, you can have an opinion, you can say so to those who are reading it. If you like it, then great, then that makes it much more meaningful to us.
You bring such stories to them, I think it helps them know so much about their culture, but also they are getting to learn it in such a fun way, through storybooks. I really hope that people are able to connect with those stories, and they can also see themselves in that story.
I hope you can see yourself in the books. I hope you can relate to the characters there. I hope we represented you properly. And I hope you enjoyed the book.
truest essence of any fellowship lives in its fellows. And this morning, we are privileged to hear from two voices from our 2024-25 cohort. Please welcome Sothing and Kasturi to the stage as they share their reflections, not just as creators, but as cultural torchbearers and storytellers of their region. Please welcome Sothing to the stage.
Respected Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, Founder of Saramandala Foundation, distinguished guests, everyone here, and lastly but not the least, my fellow DFFP fellows. Good morning, everyone. For most of us, this may be the first time in writing or illustrating children's storybook. Of course, I'm aware that some of us are celebrated writers. As for me, I'm nothing more than just a greenhorn, but with a die-hard ambition to write children's storybook. It was just a dream, practically a non-starter, until I came across the Saramandala Foundation, TFFP Fellowship. In the early part of 2023, a group of folklore enthusiasts, friends, including me, were discussing about TFFP Meghalaya. We don't know exactly about TFFP Meghalaya, but by the very name, the Forgotten Folklore Project, we assume that it has something to do with documenting of these folklores. And frankly speaking, we all admire the name TFFP, the Forgotten Folklore Project. Getting motivated by the name, the Forgotten Folklore Project, we in Manipur we also plan to start similar projects in Manipur by seeking government assistance. But till today, it is still a non-starter, especially because of Manipur crisis in Manipur. And of course, we want to start a project in Manipur not because of the story itself, but because of the importance of folklores and how it shaped the minds of children. And last year, around October maybe, one of my friends forwarded me the TFFP Fellowship advertisement, and I immediately applied. And thank God that I got a chance to be with the TFFP. And I would like to thank TFFP officials for considering a greenhorn like me for the 6 months fellowship. And with expert guidance, now I can say that I am no more a greenhorn. And at least I have some knowledge on how to write children's storybook. TFFP invariably makes my dream come true. And today we're all here with a broad smiles as writers and illustrators. The brief 6 months fellowship stint with TFFP is just like a day to me. I hope my fellow fellows agree with me. Though we work remotely, the cultural atmosphere preaches the remoteness, and expert suggestions, advice, and guidance come forth at the instant to clear our confusions, especially from Monica, Risa, and Lanu, and of course others also. Sometimes I wonder whether Risa, who do most of the dealing. Will get fed up with me for my clumsiness. I have had some experiences with other projects and fellowships. Of course, I'm not doing value judgment or comparison, but I would like to say that at TFFP, the working atmosphere is very congenial. Frankly speaking, it is very congenial. And the workload is not that tasking too. By writing the 2 stories under the fellowship, I understand the importance of collaborating between the authors and the illustrators and the value of creative imagination. Of course, not forgetting the concise writing technique that I learned within these 6 months. I'm grateful to my illustrator, Kenesuno and Chorovelo, for their creative talent also. And most of all, within this 6-month stint, I learned the art of modernizing the tradition of the way of folks culture without changing the setting. With the DFFE Fellowship, this will be my working stick in my future endeavor as children's storybook writer. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Soting. We now welcome Kasturi to the stage.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here. I think this is the first time I'm in a room filled with people who are here to celebrate what we have created in the last 6 months, and it's so overwhelming. But I will let the work speak for itself. I'll just speak about the journey and the process of it. And in the true spirit of orality and oral tradition, I do not have a written script, but I will just speak because that is also something that was very characteristic about the fellowship and my experience of it, that the research that came and made the books was also very conversational. My first book with Linthoy was entirely my conversation with Linthoys throughout the span of 2-3 months because I did not get a chance to go to Manipur. So I had to envision what the 2 mountains looked like. I had to take her sentiments into account. I had to entirely make and imagine what the lake looked like, how it would feel like for 2 mountains to be fighting with each other entirely through conversations, which is exactly what folklore is. That is something you hear. It is not something you research. It's something you imbibe entirely through conversations. And over the years, these conversations become a lifestyle. So that is something I think as a fellowship, it really imbibed not only in its outcome, but also in its process of making. And for the second book, I think it was an entirely different process of creation, completely different from the first one, because I was too over-familiar with the people that were in the place. I had too much tenderness. The conversations that I had with the missing community predated this fellowship by years. It was the second book, The Missing Book, is about a folk toy from the region, which I had heard about probably 3 years back. My friends recounting when they would talk about their childhood. So it came from a lot of place of tenderness and again, conversation, which is very important in a place like Northeast because creation in Northeast is something that is very communal and it is not something individualistic at all. So it would not have made sense if the books that we had made were entirely our creation. I don't think I can take credit for the books at all. I cannot be saying that this is my book without also naming every single person who kind of contributed to it. I can obviously credit the resource people, Saurav, Padgiri, Manohar, Pegu, and all of these, but they also heard it from people that they played with as a child. So that aspect of it was something that really struck me throughout the fellowship. The fact, for instance, my second book, it was also named by a friend. It came up at a party and I was just talking to my friends, what do you think I can name it? And it was again someone from a different community who had read and worked with the missing tribe. So he was like, oh, I understand what you're talking about. And essentially, it's called Yapa Yapa Yambuk. Yapa is also a reference to the word yap, which means to talk. And folklore essentially is to talk and to have conversation. So it is this aspect of the fellowship that really struck me a lot. And I'm really, really grateful that Monica and the team, they gave us the space to essentially talk, to accommodate these conversations. They never went and had they did not force us to kind of straitjacket these stories into a linear form. They made space. So when I came up to them and I said that there is this story I had heard from a friend, and I took them to this friend's place, and it was like this whole over-familiar place where everyone knows everyone is talking over each other. There was no assertion that, no, this needs to be managed and straitjacketed into a form of a book. That was very important for me, and that was very heartening as well. And here I also think that Northeast is a place where that proverb, too many chefs kill the broth, ruin the broth, does not really work here, because essentially the food that we end up putting on the table in Northeast is something that comes from many hands putting up spices and doing what they do best together. That is also why the space of the kitchen is something also a space associated with conversation. That aspect of communality in creation is something that really reflects in the books we come forth with, I guess. And I'm so, so grateful for people like Monica and the Soramandala Foundation for giving us that space to talk and facilitating these. And that is honestly all I have to say. I'm so eager to unveil the book, so I really cannot take up too much time. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kasturi, for your reflection and insights about the art of documenting folklore and what it truly takes to work on stories that have for centuries been passed down orally. And now, the moment we have all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, a bouquet of stories, handcrafted by hearts across the Northeast, takes its first breath in the world today.
To do the honors, we are delighted to invite our chief guest, Sri Rakam A. Sangma, to the stage for the official unveiling of the TFFP Fellowship Storybooks. May these books reach little hands, spark big imaginations, and echo long into the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Karthik.
Vision meets action in the people who make meaningful change possible. Our guest of honor, Sri Samir Sisodia, CEO of Rain Matter Foundation, stands at the confluence of sustainability, equity, and imagination. Let us now invite him to the stage to share a few words as we look toward the future of storytelling and impact.
Good morning, everybody. Delighted to be here. This was a complete freak chance that got us into Meghalaya, because this had been on the cards for, I think, the last couple of years, ever since we started working with Sauramandala and Karthik. We've been hearing about this over coffee conversations in Bangalore with Karthik and the team. But to have experienced this over the last 2 weeks has been something else. And I just have one little bone to pick with this. I don't think the folklore is forgotten from what we saw on the road. It's like Lanu was saying in the morning, it's really a lived experience. It continues to exist in practice, in tradition. It is thankfully it's not forgotten completely. And I think this is a huge effort in capturing this because the written form, the current education system needs us to have documentation, to have a pictorial representation for it to not only make sense to the children growing up here, but the children growing up everywhere. I would really love to have a copy of this in Bangalore, and folks understand the Northeast a lot better through this. We definitely have experienced a lot of it, a lot of these stories, and I'm looking forward to reading this. So I think education and these stories, we really, the continuity between that and our lived lives is not just one way. It's a two-way street. And in times of the climate crisis and the planetary crisis that we stand at today, I think tradition, the diversity that we saw across the state, the connect with tradition, with our forests, with our means of living with the planet that were sensible and yet practical, have to be rediscovered. And I think states like Meghalaya, a lot of the Northeast, I'm sure, has a huge role to play to lead this for the world. Because this has really gotten lost across the world. And these parts of the world, it continues to exist. It continues to be a lived reality on an everyday basis. And I think as we are discovering the problem with what we have called development over the last few decades, I think there's a need to understand these stories from that perspective, because they are not just stories, they're not just interesting stories, but they are stories of inspiration and change as well. So, like I keep saying, for any action in policy or for climate change or for development, we skip to action and we skip to governance very, very quickly. But there's a need to understand ownership, and there's a need to understand our places a lot better. And I think this is a huge step towards that. This is not just documentation in a cultural sense. These are the stories of our connection with our land, our connection with our planet, our connection with the responsibility that we all have towards the planet and towards our places. And I think this is. I was actually making notes as I was hearing people speak, and I think these efforts really need to be started everywhere. So congratulations, all of you, for doing a fantastic job of this. I'm looking forward to reading these stories through the day and through the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very candid words, yet impeccable ones, and also shedding the significance of ecological consciousness along with proper governance. No journey is complete without honoring those who have walked it. We now invite our very special guests to the stage to present certificates and mementos to our graduating fellows and contributing artists. I may now request Shri Rakam A. Sangma to kindly present the certificates to the graduating fellows, sir. May I have Shalini Basumatari? Huge congratulations to you. H.H. Soding Shimre. Joanne Ralam Sangai. Joanne Lalram Sangai. Linthoy Shanu. Longang Luklem. Moge Basar. Niboli Kezia Shofi. Tashi Shong Sherpa. Thomas Malson. Bishwajit Thakuria. Kasturi Dev Chaudhary. Kenei Senua Solo. Marba Kamki. Sankalpa Ray Chaudhary. Dipantar Talukdar. Lungshai Laysan. Lungshai Laysan. Urban Maltha. And our beloved book designer, Rucha Fatness.
Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Since not all our fellows and collaborators are present with us today, we would like to mention the contributions and devotion of Kemia Yarnlem, Samantha Pingrope, Nasir Doom, Norfel Stanzen, and finally Chorovelu Ringer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now a privilege to welcome someone who has championed education and cultural empowerment in Meghalaya with profound dedication and purpose.
Please join us in welcoming the Honorable Rakam A. Sangma, Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya, our chief guest today, to share his thoughts with us on this milestone moment.
For short people, you have to readjust, and for the tall, you have to readjust. Very good morning to all of you, wonderful people, beautiful and glorious. This morning, with me, Madam Lingwa, Director of Social Welfare Department, Government of Meghalaya. And with us as a guest of honor, Samir Sisodia, the CEO of the Rain Metro Foundation. And of course, the founder, Naga Kartik, of the Saura Mandala Foundation, and all the distinguished inviters, friends from different states of the country, and all my friends and ladies and gentlemen. I was not expecting of this kind of program this morning, and maybe this is one of its very, very unique program to me. I have never been attended of such kind. I still remember many stories told by my grandfathers. I still remember. I wrote many books. I wrote some books, but not many. And I have read many books. I've read many books. I wrote many articles. But all have been forgotten. But there are some stories which has been told by my grandfathers. I still remember today. That doesn't found anywhere on the earth, but I still remember. So this initiative, it's not all about storytellings. It's not all about something else. You people are more than that. I've seen many friends who have received the certificate today. They're all young, almost all young peoples, all young friends. I'm not far from 100 now. I'm just sort of 60 to become 100. Normally, we expect this kind of enthusiasm, this kind of passion about story and all these things from the all people. But I've seen today the gifted ambition, the gifted patience in the young minds of the country. It's really amazing to see. So therefore, friends, you are more than about the storytelling or writing about the books here and there. But we are for the purpose. Let P.A. Sangma, a veteran parliamentarian of the state and of the region, former Lok Sabha speaker, I read one of his book. He wrote, I got it from somewhere. The purpose of any generation, the purpose of any individual in his present times is not to consume the present resources of the earth. But the purpose of any generation is to conserve the resources, the asset of the present generation to the generation to come. If every generation preserve and they conserve, then the next generation, it will continue to do the same. Therefore, many of our grandparents, many generations of the past has already conserved and preserved for us. And therefore we are today. And it will be injustice for each one of us on the earth of the present generation if we consume all these resources in our times. Therefore, it is very important to live for the purpose. No one comes on earth to live forever, but the ideas, the thought, the passion will live forever. I think let's not consume the resources that we have today. Let us conserve, preserve, and promote the things, the asset, the resources of today for the generation to come. I'm sure these are the resources, the God-given asset for each one of us. This practice, the tradition, the story, not been designed by any scientist nor any philosopher. But all these resources, these are asset, God-given asset for the human being, for any individual, for any community, for any tribes. Therefore, these are not manufactured. These are has been God-given asset for us, for every community, for every family. Let us preserve, protect, and promote. And I want to congratulate, I want to extend my gratefulness to all of you. At the same time, I want to bring greetings from Honorable Chief Minister to all of you, and from the government. And I want to thank all of you for laying the foundation of all this ambition, of this vision in Meghalaya. Let, as has been stated, let this foundation be the testimony and maybe the message to the rest of the country and to the rest of the world. I'm sure for any community on the earth, any community on the earth, we have a genesis. We have a reason. The purpose of education, we always used to say, the scientists, the purpose of any academicians, the purpose of education is to discover what is inside. We are just unfolding, we are just discovering that already existed. Those are the beautiful asset, the practice that we have, the story that have been told. We are just discovered. And we have been forgotten. We are almost going to be forgotten. I'm happy today, the Saura Foundation, Saura Mandala Foundation, and all the associate friends, those who are here, for rediscovering already discovered asset of the earth. Sometimes we get wrong ourselves. And it's very unfortunate sometimes. We are known by we don't recognize by our identity sometimes. Today on the earth, this is a big debate. We are recognized by our religion. That is wrong. That is wrong. I'm a Christian. But I should not be known as a Christian. But my community, I'm in Garo. My language, my mother tongue is Garo. I'm born as a Garo. I have not been born as a Christian. You may be Hindu. You may be a Hindu. You may be a Muslim. You may be a Sikh. You may be a Buddhist. I used to tell, we should be known by our identity and our mother tongue. I should be known by Assamese, as an Assamese, not by my religion. My religion is my choice. What I want to tell each one of you today, when we talk about identity, we have our mother tongues. My mother tongue, though I am a Megalense, I'm very sorry that I cannot speak Khasi. Because I'm an Garo. The many, right? Madam also, she is Khasi, but she cannot speak Garo. But we are from the same state, brother and sister. But I have my own culture. I have my tradition. But I want to tell you, I have spoken many times. Though I am in Garo as a community, but my mother tongue is not Garo. My mother tongue is called Atong. It's just about 25 to 30,000 population who speak Atong on the earth. In India and some are in Bangladesh. And no one's on the earth. And it is going to be extinct any time from now. Because our children stop speaking this language. And this will happen with many of our community, many language on the earth. In a similar way, the practice, the music, the dress, it's going to be extinct any time from now. Therefore, as has been said already, be as identity, be as a music, be as a dress, in our practice. It's our responsible today. Let us not consume in our times, but let us conserve, preserve, and promote. I feel I'm the last chapter of the all course. Most of the time. Because during my childhood, I used to listen many stories from my grandparents, grandfathers, and we even demand from our teachers to tell us some story when we feel boring in the class. And they used to do. We listen the stories. Even our teachers used to tell us. But these days, nobody, even my daughters, my niece, my nephews, nobody listen to the story of the parents today, these days. I think it's with everybody. It is very difficult for us, for this generation, to make our children listen to the stories. They don't listen. They don't care also, right? That means in the next generation, all the resources, the practice, our tradition will be completely a different story. This will become the history. Let's not make it history, let's make it story for each one of us. Therefore, it is very, look, these are the, as I have said already, education is just a discovery. Discovery. During our times, when I was child, I have brought up in a very, very rural village. I look after the cattle. And I just with my parents for the jhum cultivation. During those years, 30 years back, in our locality, in our village, hardly there's anybody who have the watch. We don't have the watch. When we look after the cattle, if the weather is cloudy, we don't know what time we have to take our cattle homes. But we have a indication. When we hear the sound of some birds, some insect, We know it's 3 p.m. now. We have to go home. We understand, right? When the direction of the moon doesn't have any angle, don't know how to put it in a perfect word. Our grandfather used to say, look up the heaven and look up the sky and they see the moon. Oh, this month no rain. They can indicate. They can tell. When they look at the mango times of flowerings, they can tell this time there will be more thunderstorm. There will be more rain this year. They can indicate. This is a natural inborn knowledge for any community, for any generation. But all this has been gone now. Therefore, it is important for us to reconnect back. I've been telling, it is impossible for us to make our children listen. But submission to the injustice is sin, somebody said. If we think that we don't make our children, make them listen, forget it, leave it. If we give up, they will not know anything tomorrow about our reason, about our own identity. But we have to adapt according with the times. Coming up this kind of publishing these books, the story will definitely will make them to learn tomorrow. As an education minister, I want to inform you that the Honorable Chief Minister, Sir Conrad Sangma, and entire government officials, it's our vision that the cultural, the practice, be it the music, be it the dress, be it the food, the identity of our culture will be preserved, protect, and promote. In this ambition, we want to develop, and we want to include this kind of reading, will include in the curriculum, so that our young children, they will have to read at any cost. And those who will be studying in Meghalaya, you may be from Karnataka, you may be from Bihar, you may be from Delhi. We will design in our curriculum in such a way that whoever study in Meghalaya and in Northeast, we want to make them read about our culture, about our tradition, about our food, about our music. We want to inculcate this knowledge to every individual, those who will be living in the state, so that they will know about us. They will know about us. Our Honorable Chief Minister has already announced that some basic language, the words, should be learned vice versa. Because 97 to 98% of the Garo community in the state doesn't know Kasi. And 99.5% of our Kasi friends doesn't know Garo. Now we will make it happen that both Garo also learn Kasi and Kasi also learn Garo. In the process, the number of Kasi speaking individual will be double. And in the process, the number of Garo speaking population will be double. But on top of that, the importance of preservation, it's more important in the agenda. Therefore, no matter what, if you want to have enjoy in the sea, you go to the South Indians. If you want to enjoy in the snow, you go to the North Indians like Kashmir and the Himachal Pradesh and all. But if you want to learn more story, come to Northeast and have a good food. And if you want to learn more about the music, more about the hospitality, and the music. Come to the Northeast. Learn from us. And there are many resources in our tribal community not been explored. Be in Mizoram, be it in Nagaland, be it in Arunachal, be in Meghalaya, be it in Assam, be it in Sikkim. Our tradition is completely unique and it's beautiful. I'm just talking to the founder of the Saura Mandala, Nagakartik. I'm asking a question. Do any tradition, be it a music, any dress, similar to other tribe of the region? He said, some are. I'm sure many stories are similar. But mostly the kitchen of the travelers people are more or less similar in most of the time, except few items, right? But these are the very important agenda for each one of us. You maybe belongs to from different tribes, from different region, but we have our own genesis. We have our own identity. Let us promote. Let us make known the world your identity, not your religion. In other way around, I am saying, we should be known by our identity in our tribes, with our prayer. And whichever is good to preserve, let us continue to preserve in a better way. And we should not be a generation which has been done injustice to the generation to come. Therefore, yes, there are many practice of our cultural, of our tradition has been forgotten. And it is very important to, and it's not possible also to rediscover. In some music in my community, we cannot recapture anymore. There are many language in my community. There's some dialect, there's some language in my community. Sub-tribe of my community has been completely extinct. We cannot recapture, rediscover. No scientist will be able to invent nor discover. It's not. Therefore, these are the resources on the earth for each one of us. And it is very important for us. I was thinking before coming to this function, is there anybody who have interested for this kind? But I am happy today by seeing many young friends, many young individuals who have dream, who are dedicating to do all this kind of things. I'm sure this will be long way to go. Just stated, it is not the ends. It is just the beginning. The many scoff for the research scholar. Research scholar. It's something only to discover. We are going in depth to discover only. Why not you come out and go into the ends of the earth, every nook and corner of the state, of the region, of the country, go and discover this beautiful asset on the earth. Therefore, I'm extremely happy today, and I want to thank all the beautiful friends. Your thought is beautiful, and nobody on the earth like you. You must consider yourself. And we are blessed to have, like you people, who have initiated that nobody has initiated. You will be in the history. And you will be in the story today. It is dangerous to become history. But we should be in the story always. So therefore, I think yes, it is just the beginning. You managed to complete the task. Whole. What do you dream? But you are laying the strong foundation for the generation to come. I know those who have written one book, and thousands of books should be in your table in the days to come. Because we begins from the cradle and ends with the grave. Let's invest our knowledge. Let's invest our ambition. Let's invest our patience. There will be a reward. And yes, of course, many things to be done more. As a government, in the education department, we will definitely love to collaborate with all of you. And we want to sit with all of you. There may be many books. I know Madam Director is here with us. The many books are being used in the Anganwadi Center. The many books which are fit to be included in the curriculum. It is very, very important. And in the light note and very, very important note, the most successful man on the earth is not the one who have done wonderful in his own time. No, he is not the one. The most successful man on the earth is the one who can prepare the best perfect successor of him or of her. Let's write the story. Let's make the story, and let's prepare somebody as your successor in the days to come. My congratulations, my best wishes to all of you. Let them be, if any challenge, any issues with all of you, let this be a challenge for you in the days to come. I wish that this ambition, this mission, this initiative goes well and success in the days to come. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inspiring address, sir, and for bestowing such a lovely compliment on all of us. And I would like to say to that, you're very beautiful as well. Now, I would like to request all our fellows and collaborators for a group picture onto the stage. I would also like to invite Srimati C.D. Lingwa, Sir Samir, onto the stage. I would also like to call upon Karthik, Neil, Monica, Lanu, for a group photo, please. Neil as well. I think we could, yeah. I'll just call Monica and Lana. Ladies and gentlemen, the first cohort of the Forgotten Folklore Project Fellowship. Thank you. Thank you, fellows. Thank you all. As we enter the next chapter of today's celebration, we pause for an offering, a piece that pulses with the rhythm of home, of origin, and of joy. Please welcome Imli Kumzuk Imsong as he performs Aho, a gospel folk fusion song that is a part of the rhythmic and rich cultural heritage of Nagaland that calls us to remember and rejoice.
Hello, hello, check, hello. Set before me. When it happens, right? aho, aho. This wondrous word, my heart filled with joy, and the words that inspired me and showed me the real way. I found my reason now. From now I'm set free. Ho, ho, he, oh, ho, 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 he, oh, ho, he, oh, hey, he, oh, hey. The marvelous light, the real way. From now I'm set free. Ho, ho, he, oh, ho, 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 he, oh, ho, he, oh, hey, he, oh, hey. Ho, ho, he, oh, ho, 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 he, oh, ho, he, oh, hey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imli Kumzuk, for that powerful rendition of a classic. And now that we turn the page to the afternoon's reflections, we begin with a conversation that lies at the heart of the Forgotten Folklore project: early childhood education. But not just any education, one rooted in place, language, and cultural memory. The first panel of the event explores what it means to build bridges between tradition and innovation, home and classroom, stories and system. Join us as we reimagine learning through the lens of contextual storytelling.
Moderating this conversation is Sasan Bhalutan, a researcher, storyteller, and voice artist for TFFP, whose work pulses with passion for policy, heritage, and multilingual narratives. And joining her are four remarkable panelists: Kanato Jimo, picture book maker and art director at Pratham Books, bringing visual storytelling alive with cultural depth; Kashmi Karunakaran, educator and founder of the Buguri Library, weaving years of publishing experience into inclusive access for children; Malavika Jha, an early childhood education expert who's helped shape curriculum across India; and finally, Lanu Sudhir, artist, author, and project lead of TFFP, whose vision anchors today's celebration.
May we have a round of applause for our first set of panelists, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to an insightful discussion, and we join you back.
jing jing, my jing jing, ambi mukhi. My jing jing, my jing jing, achu mukhi. My jing jing, ambi mukhi. Wange ha ha ha, dengote na pangen tampi. Drip asong gepade alsi alaksi.
Every one of you present, it's an honor to be moderating this panel entitled Building Bridges, Contextualizing Early Childhood Care and Education. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate all the fellows and contributors of the Forgotten Folklore project. I was just mentioning to Lanu earlier about how beautiful and well curated even the slides that are being projected are. They provide for a very personalized and immersive experience. The work that the Forgotten Folklore project has been doing is so inspiring, creative, and grounded, and it beautifully leads us into the heart of today's conversation. At its core, today's discussion is about the importance of contextualization, of shaping early learning in ways that children feel connected, they take ownership, and they see their worlds reflected in what they learn. Children begin to understand the world around them, not just through the imported lessons that feel far removed from their lives or through a one-size-fits-all approach, but rather through the languages they speak at home or the folk tales they hear from their grandmothers, or the festivals they celebrate in their neighborhoods, and of course the pictures that reflect their skies and their streets. Of course, contextualization isn't shutting the door to the wider world, but it begins with what's familiar, giving children a sense of identity, relatability, and belonging, so that when they approach the wider world, they can do so with clarity, with confidence, and curiosity. Joining me today are 4 brilliant individuals whose work spans across education, storytelling, design, and so much more. Their bios will be projected on the screen, I believe, but let me take a moment to introduce them briefly. We have with us Malavika Jha, a senior specialist at Tata Trust with over 15 years of work experience, and she's worked extensively with Anganwadi workers and trainers across states. We also have Lakshmi Karunakaran, who leads Indian language publishing at Eklavya Foundation. She's also the founder of the Bugiri Community Library and has worked closely with children facing social exclusion. Next to me is Mr. Kanato Jimo, who is the art director at Pratham Books. He is from Nagaland, and he's an award-winning illustrator known for his picture books such as Afo and I, Snip, Bobo and the Worms, amongst others. And of course, we have our very own Ms. Lanu Sudhir, who's the project lead here at the Forgotten Folklore project and the creator of The Midget, a doodle comic series. Can we please have a round of applause for our brilliant panelists? So without further ado, let's delve into this conversation. Malvika, I'd like to start with you. So you've spent many years closely working with Anganwadi workers and educators across the regions. From all that experience, what have you seen about how children learn differently when they're taught using local stories or materials that they can relate to or recognize? What tends to happen when that goes missing, when that connection is missing? And how does it perhaps affect learning outcomes or classroom dynamics?
I must start by saying thank you for inviting me here and giving this opportunity to talk to wonderful people who have done such wonderful work. and such an important contribution to children's literature, and especially from the point of view that the question that you're asking, this is going to be a huge contribution in the world of children's literature. So, coming back to your question, what happens when it is not there? It is not actually unknown to people. From 1975, we see ICDS project came into picture in, it started, it got enfolded, the scheme, which was majorly focusing on, and importantly focusing on nutrition and health of children, which is a foundation for any children to, grow healthy. And then only you can talk about preschool education, until and unless we have that. But unfortunately, what has happened is that that took the center stage of ICDS centers, and the other services, and which includes preschool education, did not take that much of like a fourth space. Now, when we see what is happening at the Anganwadi center, and I'm talking specifically about Anganwadi centers because majorly most of the underprivileged children from underprivileged backgrounds and communities and tribes, they do access these centers. And when the children come there, this is the first space, like a formal space, where children come from their homes. And home is their first place where they learn so many things, home and their community. And Anganwadi is their first space where they enter as a formal space where, they learn to understand how the school is and how the instructions are given and things like that. And if that lacks what they know, what they are familiar with, a lot of blockages and what should I say, difficulties arise. And the unfamiliarity and not knowing what the instructions are given, and the focus more on, nowadays we can say about that with the new education policy, we are constantly talking about FLN, Foundational Language and Literacy, numeracy. What we have seen is that there is the push from the school education to the Anganwadi education. It actually has hampered more than actually taking the children forward. And what we are saying, what most of the times what we say, and it is like well known now through the advances that we have made in your neurological understanding of brain development. If that push comes really early at the age of 3 to 6, it is very difficult to learn. I mean, basically in this age, what I'm taking a little more time, that in this age what happens is that what is that study is telling us is this: 3 to 6 year old, or rather we should say 0 to 8, if we say, at that age what happens is that the kind of synaptic connections, the brain development that we see is so rapid. And in that space, if we are not able to, give opportunities to children to prepare themselves, it is very important to understand that children don't, get into textbooks, reading and writing and, understanding 1, 2, 3, 4, but be prepared to do that later. If we don't engage properly into that, the time is missed. And that's a huge loss that we have seen generations in India. And now that we see that with the policy in 2013 EC policy that we Indian government came up with, and now in an NEP also they are talking about focusing more on giving importance to ECE. We are hoping that we will go forward in that. Yeah.
Right. I think you've also raised such an important point regarding language. And of course you mentioned that these, like I mentioned earlier, one size fits all approach, they don't work, right? And coming to the topic of language, when children learn in a language, when they're being taught in a language they're comfortable with, they feel more confident to ask questions and express themselves without that fear of, not getting the words right or being lost in translation. Now coming to a larger systems change perspective, what support is needed to embed local contextual learning in early education system? what roles can the government or funders or investors play to bridge the gaps? And if there's a model that has already worked or something that has been achieved even through Tata Trust or elsewhere, could you perhaps shed some light?
I would like to answer this or respond to this question from this aspect is that when we talk about context of children, we also have to look at the access. So, because context is not, like a static place that, Anganwadi, for example, from 1975, if we have made Anganwadi centers available, so we have actually made it possible that Anganwadi centers actually are there. Infrastructures are there. Of course, there are fights going on that we want to improve infrastructures and everything. Nevertheless, Anganwadi centers are there, and you have created infrastructural, physical presence, physical access. But the point is that when we say that children's development happen in a certain way, and if we are saying that if more and more familiar language and more familiar culture is brought into the centers where children are studying, it becomes more meaningful access, because the context is brought in where the children are, and then the access becomes more meaningful. Otherwise, for example, what we keep on saying, that Anganwadi se bacche English schoolon mein ja rahe hain, and there are these, constant fear that Anganwadis are not really getting enrollment as much. And there is more and more English medium schools are getting more and more enrollments. But my point is, of course, there are two reasons for that. One is that English is considered as the language which takes you further, and which is a language which gives you enhancement in your life. That is definitely one reason. But the other reason is also that the centers, the Anganwadi centers, which are supposed to give importance to children's context, children's context needs to be the center stage. If that becomes the possibility, and that is what is seen by the community, this is experienced by the children, that is also, I would consider that is considered as access.
Yes, absolutely.
That is more, that is in more meaningful way, that is access. Because it actually tells children that this is your place. It tells children that your language is going to get spoken over here. Your language is going to get heard over here. Your stories are here. Your life is going to be reflecting here. Whatever you say, we are going to say yes to that. So if that welcoming is actually contextualized in Anganwadi, and then only we can say that Anganwadis are accessible. So context and access has to go together.
Absolutely.
That is one thing. From Tata Trust side, if you say, my very dear colleagues are here, and we are working with ECD in Meghalaya, and we have worked together with their leadership, the curriculum, EC curriculum. We are working on that, and some of our friends are also here who are participating in the workshop. One sitting just behind, I don't remember her name, and she brought so many toys in the workshop. I'm love with those toys. Yeah, so from our experience at the trust level, what we have seen is the more and more, what I have said already, what I have mentioned, we are trying to bring what local culture, local material and local stories. This is something that we have learned together, I think, here. That the way all the youngsters, I'm so amazed with that. The way youngsters are involved in, getting those stories and, bringing it to life over here. This is really, I don't know what to say. So something like that needs to be brought in Anganwadi. And what we have tried is systemically, we need in Anganwadi, what we need is basically, unfortunately, recently we don't have many AWTC, what is Anganwadi training centers, have closed down. And there are not many training centers which are really taking like lead and doing this. We need those kinds of systemic structures actually. So alternative to that, what we have tried is that building system strengthening is what we have tried. So we have tried to, work together with supervisors, which are part of the system, work with CDPOs, which are part of the system, and create curriculums. And that, to some extent, ensures that the culture and the language is brought into the curriculum which is built. I think Meghalaya curriculum is one of the examples of that. In Karnataka, almost 7 to 8 districts, the North Karnataka department, where we have tried the similar thing, where now what we see is supervisors have become the master trainers for the entire state almost. So those kinds of things we have tried, where within the system and from the community, if we are try to bridge the gap, to bring those things in the center. Yeah.
Yes, I think mentorship is so important in that sense. Thank you so much for highlighting about the work that's already taking shape on the ground and the gaps that are still existing and that need to be addressed. I'll now come to you, Lakshmi. You've worked across urban vulnerable communities and led Indian language publishing. From your experience, how serious is the gap when it comes to representation in children's literature, especially of marginalized communities such as those in the Northeast and, of course, other places as well? How serious is it that we urgently address this representation gap?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Am I audible? Yeah. First of all, I think I concur with many people here who've said that it's been amazing to come and see what has unfolded here. So huge congratulations to Sauramandala, the partners, the team and the fellows. Wonderful work done and a great step forward, I feel, in terms of inclusion and diversity in children's literature from the Northeast. I'll answer that question of yours with a little question to the audience, actually. I want each of you to think about some of your early books that you read. And in how many of you actually saw yourself in any of those books that you read? If it's just a show of hands, it would be good. That I have read this one book which I thought that girl or that boy looked like me, or that story in some way was similar to mine. If in a show of hands you could tell me if you can remember one such story from your childhood. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think that sort of shows is a good response to your question. This is maybe, I think the average age must be about 40 to 50 here, but things haven't really moved. Not 40 to 50, maybe 30, right? That's me, Prabha. Sorry. 30 maybe, yeah. But I'm just telling you, having come from having come from working with children's literature and libraries for the last 15 years, things have moved, but it's not been at the pace at which the movement should have happened. So there is still a lot of gaps. And I think I will spend a little bit of time, unpacking this word representation. I think it's important to do that. Because we're talking about contextual literature, and I think contextual literature is so related to representation and diversity. Now, when we talk about representation and diversity, there are 3 fundamental questions that I think one needs to ask. Who are the children or who are the people who are being represented in the stories that we are trying to tell, either orally or in written? Who is the audience to whom we are telling this story? They also make up for this diversity in representation. Are we always catering to the same kind of children in all our stories? Is it the same audience? And the third most important question is, who is telling or writing and illustrating and producing and publishing these stories? I think these 3 become very fundamental questions to ask when we talk about representation. And we need to see representation through all these lenses. So in the early stages of, just to also tell you about what has moved and what has probably not, in the early stages of when representation started becoming a thing in Indian children's literature, many of us here did not pick up our, put up our hands because we know that a lot of our stories came from Western worlds. We saw white children playing with snowman and Christmas and all of that, which is far from what, I grew up in Bangalore, so it was far from where I was in. I didn't see myself there. But over the period of last 20-25 years, Indian children's literature, especially contemporary literature, has taken shape, and a lot has moved in that process. Representation has become more and more spoken about. It has become important. But how representation is done is also becoming important. Is it tokenistic? Is it sometimes in the need for representation, are we misrepresenting? And all of these are becoming much more important things to think about right now.
Thank you so much for, that was very eye-opening, just the show of hands, and I could really relate to that. It's so important to be seen, to be heard, and like you've mentioned, for it not to just be merely tokenistic. Now, coming to the publishing ecosystem, as you may know, we have abundant talent here when it comes to writers and storytellers and illustrators. But the rest of the publishing ecosystem seems to be missing quite often. For example, when we talk about Meghalaya, we do not have a dedicated publishing house or publishing houses per se. We have establishments like the Khasi Book Agency and others, which are predominantly printing houses. So from your experience, what are the practical steps that can be taken to help strengthen or to help develop the publishing ecosystem here in the Northeast and in other places where it's still needed?
Yeah, I would, before I say that, I would quote a study, which is a little dated study done by Tata Trust itself on the larger publishing ecosystem for children in the country. This is done about 10 years ago, so little dated, but I'm not sure, I'm quite sure that it's not, we haven't, progressed too far from there as well. From the larger business of publishing, about 5% is what we look at as children's publishing. I'm not talking about textbook publishing. I'm not talking about academic publishing. I'm talking about children's literature, is 5%. In that 5%, about 45% of the market is going into English language publishing. Okay, and the rest of it is 25 is about Hindi, and the rest of maybe 25-30% is all other Indian languages. So you can imagine how where we are talking about in terms of, forget representation, even languages, right? So then if you look at, even in that chunk of 30%, you will see that other languages like Marathi, Malayalam, Bengali, where there has been some amount of children's literature's presence, taking bigger pies there, right? So there is an overall, the overall landscape of children's publishing in languages and who is getting represented is very skewed. And 45% of books being produced in English, like Malvika is talking about, is towards a market, we know. It's not, it is not congruent to the speakers. About 10% of the country or 15% of the country speaks English. But 45% of the market is serving them, right? So there is all of these issues under which we are sitting already. So publishing is quite tilted to the market. It's not tilted to the needs very clearly, And the market is a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, because the market feels that there is no readers. The readers feels that there are no books. So it's a bit of
a very vicious cycle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation also, I feel. I think there is a great potential, and I think it's in a way demonstrated by this kind of a project here, that concerted effort by even small organizations can show what is the possibility, and that requires discovery, really putting in effort to discover these people who are training them, hand-holding them, creating an ecosystem in which, there is a possibility to show that these, there is talent. It is not you cannot say that we are not publishing because there's a dearth of talent. Talent is there. They need to be trained. They need to be handheld through the process, but that requires to be done. So discovery has to be in a different way. It's not like you have an institution that has prepared everybody to come and then, plug in. You need to, where especially, like you said, in marginalized communities and marginalized regions from where we need the voices to be heard, we definitely require a different kind of discovery.
Right. So from your experience working in library spaces, how can these spaces be leveraged to nurture local creators, local writers?
Yeah, I think that goes back to that first question that I was talking about, when we talk about representation, the third question I was asking, who is writing these books? Who is creating these books? Because who creating this book also sets the tone of the book. It sets the authenticity of the book. It talks about whether you're talking to the audience or talking down to the audience or talking with the audience. So the texture of the book, I think, largely emerges also because of who writes these books and from where they come. So I think libraries can become excellent spaces in where contextual literature can really start forming, actually. And there is demonstrative examples of this. Organizations like Muskan, I think even in Eklavya, there is Ankur, there is many such organizations where children having read, sometimes not being able to find their own stories, have also written their own stories. And this is also a co-created space. It's a space not that only the children are holding. It is held by everybody there. It's the facilitators, it is the organization, it's the library, it's the community that comes together to create this. It's a space of meaning making for everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for highlighting those. Yeah, please chip in.
It's very interesting what Lakshmi just talked about, about the co-creation. Yes. And I also wanted to relate it to what is the responsibility of state or the department into that, is that, when you write a policy called NEP 2020 and you talk about mother tongue is important and the more and more people have to be brought into the systems and where they are teaching their languages and everything, the teachers have to be the training has to focus on that. If you look at the trainings, what are going on, and the kind of language, in what language are the training done, and how the system is thinking about how to bring that, you are saying something in the policy, how it is going to actually get implemented, that has always been a question. So, for example, just last thing I'm saying. So, for example, when we are talking about Anganwadi, the children who come to Anganwadi, they are still not able to read. Reading is a extremely complex thing. When you have extremely limited set of books in Anganwadi, and above that, they are not even related to the culture they belong to, the language they belong to. How are we thinking to, even if you want to think about FLN, let us say you want to do FLN, how are we going to do that without contextualizing, their life into where they are going? So that thought, if the system is not thinking about it, the system cannot do anything with only by saying good things,
Right.
And finally, what on the call that we were saying, that why do we want to really contextualize everything, and why do we want to bring children's language in the space where they are really growing up? Is basically later on when, for example, we say in education that education teaches you to ask questions. The best way you can ask question is in your own language.
Exactly.
So, the language, the children's language is very important wherever they go, where they come from. When they grow up, they should be able to ask questions for themselves and for their community, and that is best asked in their own language.
Exactly.
And only then those languages can be contextualized. That's what I feel.
And absolutely, I agree with you. They feel more confident also to express themselves that way. And thank you so much, Lakshmi, for highlighting those very pertinent questions. And of course, Malavika, for highlighting how multiple stakeholders, including the government, they have to come together, work together to make this work.
One point, maybe that's already made without even saying it. But since we're talking about education, a lot of contextual education becomes about language learning, ease of talking in the same language, bringing all of that. But yes, all of that is true. But I think seeing yourself in a book makes you tell that you matter, your life matters, and you're a part of this world. And I think that is the most critical aspect of contextual literature.
And I think Mr. Kanato will be the most suitable person to answer that question, right? How we're being portrayed in terms of the illustrations. So, Mr. Kanato, you've worked on a variety of children's books with Pratham, and I don't want to restrict your work to a merely northeastern or regional lens. So I'm curious, when we talk about truly contextual stories, what helps them feel real and meaningful for the children that they're meant for?
Hello? Check.
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. I want to start with definition of what picture book is by Barbara Bader, and I think it's very important. And it says a picture book is a cultural, social, and historical document. And agreeing to our chief guest, who was also saying it's dangerous to be in a story, and it is true. I mean, you have a responsibility. Once a story goes out there, it has become a historical, cultural, and a document, right? And today, looking at all these wonderful books that have come out, we get to read, but they look lovely, and I think that is a testament, and it has become a document, right? And once we create a book, I think it has already become political, right? You had access to write a book. You had whatever means you have, it is already a political statement in that sense. And I think that is important. But the second part of the definition that Barbara said is, and foremost, an experience of a child. And I think that is also very important. As much as it is a document, it is also, we are talking about early learning as well. We have someone in mind who we are writing this for. And sometimes we also forget it, right? As adults, with so much things we have to tell our future generation, right? It's so much there. Sometimes you forget that we have an audience. We are writing for someone, right? And I think that is where I want to talk about is, when we talk about contextuality, I think we're talking about, for me, I feel it is being authentic. Authenticity is important. And I think that is where we start. See, if in a bigger, broader sense, every book is contextual, right? Maybe the problem comes in when we take somebody's context and think that is the only way to write a book, only way to look at a book that is for children, right? And sometimes children's book, we always think, bacho ke liye, it's for children, cute things, right? And we do not give the importance that it has. And as Malavika was also saying, how important it is for them, right? Those books and things that we create in that age. We are working on a project at Pratham Books. What we do is every year we look through the Anganwadi list of, so for example, seasons and family and things like that. And we try to create, we also work with organizations. For example, right now we are working with TCLP Delhi. And so they have come up with this idea of teaching, so specifically Hindi, where you look at, it's like more like mnemonics, where you look at an alphabet and you also see, for example, Nas and Null, and then N looks like a tap, right? So things like that. So we are working on trying to make it contextual. So we are working with IDC Bombay, and we have been having this back and forth where, I'm going to take a little time. We have been having this back and forth where the designer, the illustrator has used certain image, but this does not relate to the child, to an Anganwadi child perhaps, right? For example, let's say if we are using, I don't know, D for drone, or things like that. So something that's when context. We're talking about context. I think that also plays a role, right? Anyway, I'm digressing. So I think when it comes to contextual writing, me also being from the Northeast and also started with my research in diversity and inclusivity. I think for me, it is authenticity, right? And who we are writing for, your intent and your audience is really important, as Lakshmi was also saying. Without it, I think sometimes we can, as adults, I think we can have cultural overload, and especially with our place in our spaces where we are like, oh, we do not have books, I have to tell my story, but then you overload it with so much that I think you lose your reader also, right? And the other one is also, I think, stereotypical reinforcement. I think because we want to make it contextual and we want to say these things, or this one is dying, I have to tell my children, and then that is when that cultural overload and stereotypical stereotype becomes part of this discussion. And I think that is something that, as creators, we have a lot of creators, authors, and illustrators here, that we should be mindful of. And I'm very wary of the words representation and diversity now. At Pratham Books, what we do is, agreeing to what Lakshmi was also saying earlier, we try to, when we are telling a story, we try to get own voices. As in, when we want to, let's say something about something that's happening in Lakshadweep, we want to find people who are from Lakshadweep and or from the Andaman, and talk about their forests, or somebody who understands it, and also somebody who can visually represent it, right? But then we do not want to tag them as own voices book or diverse books, and I think that is also the problem. Yes. When we start tagging ourselves as, even as publishers, we try to stay away from tagging our books as diverse books. Just because a book is from a marginal, the story is from a marginal group of people, or the illustration, does not make it any different from any other book, right? And I think othering ourselves, I think as creators and illustrators and writers, there's that very fine line there, right? Othering ourselves, us exoticizing ourselves. I think that's the balance that we have to, and these are the things that I want to keep in mind when we're talking about contextuality, right? It's not, it's so tagging this whole idea of like diversity. Now, a lot of publishers would just publish books for the sake of diversity, and that is tokenism, right? You are bringing a group of people, for example, with the Northeast, you group everyone together, and Northeast books, special edition, and I feel like that's why do we want to other, right? And I think for me, that's very important. And I'm going to end. For me, the most important thing is a good story will be a good story. Even if the story is from Meghalaya, it's from Kerala, it is from Ladakh. If a story is good, period. Right? And I think all this, when we talk about context and all this, yes, comes with that part of being a good story. A good story is made up of being contextual, you are aware, you are authentic, you are representing, the person, even talking about characters. All of this make up to a good story. And a good story can be from anywhere. But a good story will always be a good story, and period. Yeah.
Absolutely. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Kanato? Thank you so much. That was a very thoughtful reflection where you highlighted the importance of authentic representation, but at the same time, not being held back or restricted in a box by cultural storytelling only. Now, I would like to ask you a question, drawing from your wide experience in the industry. What opportunities do you see today for aspiring illustrators and writers? Where are the spaces opening up, and what's helping to make them more accessible to these people from marginalized sections?
So, echoing the same thing that I was saying, we don't really look out for, okay, this is from a marginalized group, so we will take them, even though their work is so, and that, I think that is tokenism, right? That is where we already start this whole tag of representation in a certain space. It's not really good, but we need someone from the Northeast, so we'll just put him there, right? I think that's where the danger is. And for me, working at Pratham Books, as an art director, I work with 20, 30 illustrators every year. I'm looking out for commissioning and looking at who I can work with, right? And of course, first of all, if a book is written in, let's say, Ladakh, I would want someone who understands Ladakh, who is from there, or who has been there, or who is willing to do all the research to know about the place, the people, and things like that, and know the story. So it's not so much about, like, I'm not really looking for representation or things like that, but I'm looking for who can authentically tell a story, right? And I think looking at what we have seen earlier, I think there's so much out there. And one thing is, I was just telling Malvika about this also, when you are an author or an illustrator, you are not a Northeast author or a Northeast illustrator. You are an author, you are an illustrator, and that's it, right? Yes. And so you also have to put yourself out there like that, right? And I think this will come from you exposing, if you are into picture book writing, right, and illustration, then you have to do your due diligence, see what's there, read a lot of them, explore. If you're an illustrator, you're looking at different styles and what's happening now, especially postmodern picture books. They're just so interesting, just so many out there region-wise, right? If you look at the Scandinavian books, they're just so interesting. If you look at the East Asia, you look at South Korea, you look at China, you look at Japan, the books are just so amazing, but it's still rooted. A book is still South Korean. But then as a reader, you read and you just feel it, right? Okay, actually, I missed earlier something about when we are writing and illustrating, I think there is this, sometimes you make it too locally. We're like, yeah, I have to tell this, right? And this is when the intent and audience also comes in place, right? Sometimes we just already box your book, right? So I think the universality of childhood, I think that is what we are looking at when we're looking at picture books. And I think we should always keep this in mind. Yes, a book could be from Meghalaya, based in Meghalaya, but maybe somebody reading it from, I don't know, Australia can also feel it. Because you have that thing, right?
Shared human experience.
Yes, shared human experience as well. I'm not saying that every book should always be seen from that lens, but then that is one thing that you have to look at. Anyway, coming back, I think there's so much out there, and if you are into picture books and you're writing and illustrating, you have to be out there as well. You have to be seen. And I've got a lot of my illustrators from just looking at their Instagram and looking at what they do, right? So it's just as simple as that. So making yourself visible out there, and I think if your work is good, and if you keep working on it, I think you will, the visibility, and you present yourself out there, I think visibility is there. And for me, and I think it's also like a lot of stakeholders, but as a publisher, I am actively looking at new voices. I'm actively looking at new creators to work with, right? And we also need these people, publishers and people who work with creators, to also be conscious about like expanding our horizons and expanding our tent as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much for stressing the importance of visibility, and for also encouraging our aspiring creators out there that there is space for their voice and for their vision. Now I'll come to you, Lanu. So from your experience as the project lead here at the Forgotten Folklore Project, how big is the gap in early rooted stories in our region? As efforts scale, how do we avoid importing ideas and instead build content systems that are respectful and grounded in local realities? Of course, not being restricted to those? And also, can you touch upon the process here at the Forgotten Folklore Project, including that of translations and the challenges you face?
So I'll just start with how I came. Am I audible?
Not quite. Yeah, could you bring it closer, perhaps? Yes.
Yeah, I'll just talk a little bit about how we started as a team and as a project, because a lot of people are here for the very first time. Came to know about TFFP, that we are making storybooks. We plan to make 45 storybooks in Meghalaya and for children. And when Karthik reached out to me regarding this, my first question to him was, will there be any restrictions in terms of how we want to write, what we want to write, who writes it? So he said, there will be no restrictions. So I quickly packed my bags and came to Meghalaya for this. So if we talk about process, initially, something like this I feel has not been done at this scale and depth. So going through research, identifying storytellers, how do we even start was the, question. And we started with identifying storytellers in regions. We were like, okay, this sounds interesting. Can we go and interview this person? So we would go and then speak to these people, then come back and then transcribe this information, and then we have a process called condensation, where we transcribe the interviews of the people, resource persons, and we made sure that we transcribed each of these words in verbatim, because we didn't want to lose out on the essence of what these storytellers were sharing with us. So then we would condense it, then we would look at the content and see, like, can we write a story out of this? And so if a certain content or a certain interview or a certain research piece worked out, then we would then go forward and reach out to local authors and start the writing process, then do the editing process, then it goes to illustration. So very broadly, that's like the process that we followed at the Forgotten Folklore Project. And talking about gap, initially it was a lot more in the terms of, yes, there is gap. So I also was under the notion, yes, there is gap, but how big is the gap? So when we went to the Anganwadi centers and the youth centers that Karthik spoke about earlier, we have libraries in the youth centers as well. So when we went to these centers and the Anganwadi centers, the recurring book in every Anganwadi center that we visited in Meghalaya was Goldilocks. So it's translated both in English and and the local language based on the region. If it's in the Garo Hills, it'll be in Garo. If it's in Khasi Hills, it'll be in Khasi. So that was the recurring book that we saw in every Anganwadi center. And then when the 45 books were done and we were like, okay, we need to start testing them out and see whether it works or not, then we realized that we spoke a lot about storytelling in the process. And we realized that Anganwadi workers a lot of times don't know how to do storytelling sessions. So I think Malavika ji also spoke about the lack of access and meaningful access, and also when a policy talks about contextual learning, how does the implementation look like, right? So what trainings are in place? Like, you write this beautiful language saying that, yes, we need to do it in the local language, like children need to learn, in their local language, they respond better, they learn better. There are so many things written at a policy level, but what does implementation look like on the ground? So when we went to these centers, in the Anganwadi centers, and then we saw that, I'll just recount some personal experiences so this happened in the Garo Hills when we were doing one of our visits in the Anganwadi center. So there is a toilet outside the Anganwadi center without a door, no water, and there is a huge tin, the tin that you use for your roofs. So you have to drag that to shut the door of the Anganwadi Center. And the Anganwadi Center is located in the middle of a main road. So as we were, conversing with the Anganwadi workers and the lady supervisors there, we asked them, why are there not many children attending the centers? And then this is so powerful. One of the lady supervisors said that people here would rather, borrow money and send their children to private schools than send them to the Anganwadi centers. And it was so powerful to me, because if I also were parent in the Garo Hills with, with facilities like that, then I also would borrow money and send my children to private schools, right? So that's where like the gap, not just in contextual content, but also the breach of like how policies implemented on ground, and so we started with a very basic thing of my team, when we planned a small pilot in the Anganwadi centers here, we started with a small thing that we will just teach or, help Anganwadi workers. Step one would be how to hold a book when you do a storytelling session with a child. So we started from there, and then, spoke about voice modulation and how you can engage with children, and and so on and so forth. So in the past 2.5 months, my team has been on the field every single day for 2.5 months, visiting different Anganwadi centers, doing the same drill over and over again in some selected pilot centers that we have done in the past couple of months. And just last week, we went to some centers, and my team was sharing that there's so much difference from the beginning to from how we started and how we ended. So process was that, and drawing, as we were doing the TFFP books in Meghalaya, we realized that we would want to do more of these, more stories from. Apologies for using the word, but from the Northeast, because we wanted to run a fellowship across Northeast and then test it out and see what kind of stories would emerge from the region, right? And so we gave so much agency to the fellows as we wrote this, and as we talk about representation and tokenism and all of that, I'll just recount another, experience. When Monica and I were doing our field visits, as the fellows were doing their research, we were in Longwa, and one of our fellows, our fellow there, he's here, Longang and Kemya, they wanted to work on the tattoos that the Longwa people have, and it's related to headhunting. And when we went and spoke to these elders and got a sense of the village and all of that, we realized that it's too so much more research is needed, so much more nuanced understanding is needed to be even able to talk about a practice like that, and to pack it in a children's book in 6 months. We thought it was too limiting a time. We thought even research would take a year or maybe more, more than a year, even just to write a children's story book. So we said let's spark the idea of working on a practice that we would not be able to do justice, or something, a cultural practice that is not done anymore, but something that they do that would not do justice in a children's book. So we parked that idea, and then we wrote on the brass myths of Longwa village, where just a couple of, just about 2 or 3 people make these brass jewelries in Longwa village. So that's a little bit about the process, about the ground realities, and, in general about the TFFP. Yeah.
It's so inspiring to hear how much you and your team have put in an insane amount of work into the primary research, the field visits, and of course reproducing this in the form of content that really pays attention to cultural accuracy and these important markers. once again, thank you, Lanu. I have to share with everyone present here that you had shared some of the books from the Forgotten Folklore project with me, and I had mentioned in the call as well that when I had read Kabeiram O, I felt so seen and so heard. It was the first time that I had seen, I'm from the Jantia community, it was for the first time that I had seen my traditional attire being illustrated in an animated form, and the details are correct, down to the tiniest details. And of course, it talks about the Chatsukra festival, that book, and the importance of keeping the environment clean. It's the kind of storytelling that packs heritage as well as the responsibilities and realities of the present. On that note, I would like to ask each one of you for your final comments before opening the panel discussion to the House. Can you very briefly, each one of you in about a minute or so, share about what role you or your organization hope to play in strengthening this movement for contextual early childhood education? What's one commitment or next step that you are excited about?
Eklavya has been producing books in different languages. I mean, in total about 15, I think. But primarily in Hindi and in English. That has been the primary languages. And whenever earlier there was a need, there was some effort to produce books in languages, whether translated or original. But over the last few years, I think there has been a much more concerted effort in looking at languages and original books in languages differently. More so, and I think friends from Ayang Trust are here, if they're here, yes, maybe, yeah. So with organizations on the ground, really reaching out to organizations who are working with children, who are working in education, or publishers who are interested, new publishers, established publishers who've been publishing for adults but now want to publish for children, or emerging publishers, organizations like even Sauramandala, who have ambitions to publish. I think there has been more concerted effort to reach out, to partner, to create and support from the ground. And I think that kind of work has a different effect, I feel. Rather than, most publishers earlier would sit in a publishing house remotely and then, commission work and it would come. But when the publisher goes to the field, works with organizations and with content creators on the field, creates content creators, through a process, it's catalyzing regional spaces in certain ways. There is a catalytic effect to it. It's not about a personal, in a person benefiting or a bunch of people benefiting. And I hope that continues not only with Eklavya but multiple organizations, even Kanato was talking about some of this, that there is more effort to reach out and more co-created work, more collaborative work. Yeah, I think that commitment is on. But as I say it, I should also say that we are in the business of making picture books, and it's an expensive deal. I must say it. And it is important to understand that most publishers are risk averse, because they put in a lot of money right at the beginning to produce these books in multiple copies, because we do want our children to hold books in their hands, especially in an Anganwadi. But that part where we want systems, we want policies, we want organizations, grant-making organizations, many of them are present here, I know, and that's why I'm also saying it aloud, that we need your support. We need it, for that to happen.
I want to also agree with Lakshmi, because we're kind of in the same space. I think this, working together is really important. We have a lot of stakeholders out here, right? So I think being able to work together, so as she has also mentioned, it's a pretty expensive affair, right? So people who can bring in Pratham Book, I work with Pratham Book, so we are an NGO and we work with funds, right? And if there are no funds, we don't make books. And as simple as that, right? So we need partners who also are passionate and who believe in creating books and spreading the joy of reading with children. So I think that partnership is really important. And the second thing, with the creators here, especially with the illustrators, I would definitely, once the book is unveiled, would definitely have a look and see if we can, look for further future collaborations. And I want to shamelessly give a shout out to Storyweaver, which we already will have your books on our platform. People who do not know Storyweaver, at Pratham Books, all the books that we create go up free on Storyweaver. You can read it for free, you can download it, you can print it out and share stories. And so all these stories I think will be up on Storyweaver as well, so I can have a look. But of course we'll also be seeing the physical copies as well. So that way I think, having a look at your work, and maybe we can look for future collaborations. Yeah.
What I can say, 2-3 things, just very quickly. I'm very happy to say that we are already working with Meghalaya government and with 2-3 workshops where we were able to, bring in the supervisors, teachers, and mainly who are working in this field with Anganwadi teachers and children. We could bring their inputs while creating the curriculum. So we are on the way. Like it's like not only the commitment, we are also working alongside. That is one thing. Just other 2 things I want to just highlight is that considering the context and contextualizing things, what I feel is that today when we have 2 policy documents in our hands, one is NEP and before that that was 2013 EC policy. What we need to do is basically actually make it bring it into implementation. And what does it mean by that is making Anganwadis child-centered and making it more contextualized for them, whatever it is, whatever their context is. That's one thing. And the other thing, what I want to say is, for example, when a child enters Anganwadi, we are very cognizant about it, and considering our experience in the field for some time now, it is very important. And when we are talking about taking children to reading, whatever that language is, making the decision that the children's language sustains for a long time. It's not only that, used for transitioning from one language one to another. But it is like everybody has said now that the language is not only a tool but the entirety and identity of a person. So take it to giving it a space as much more as possible, that we can say that we will be trying to do that. We are also thinking on those lines, and making it sure that the books are brought to Anganwadis wherever we are. As Tata Trust, we are supporting and we are implementing, bringing those books to the center and, taking them to reading. So that I can say that.
Thank you so much to the panelists for highlighting the respective projects that are in pipeline. I'm very excited to see them materialize. Now we've come to another segment where we will be opening this panel discussion to the House. If anyone in the audience has any question to ask our panelists, please feel free to do so. Can we please have the mic for Dr. Sanjay Hazarika? Sir, can you please speak on it? Oh, it's not working.
Okay. You can hear me. I hope everybody else
Yes,
can.
yes, you're audible.
I have a very simple question because I think this was a very fascinating conversation. I enjoyed all of your presentation. I especially liked the last presentation because that was very grounded. I'm very familiar with that kind of research work. And I'm also delighted that our illustrator from Pratham challenged the issue of marginalization and representation. I think it's very important to have done that because that tends to become a cliche. My question is very simple. You've been talking about the ecosystem. Your work has been focused on Anganwadi centers. I understand that. But the ecosystem, illustrators, publishers, writers, authors, but there's a gap. The gap is bookstores. Bookstores. Because everything cannot be done at the Anganwadi center. All your books need to go out elsewhere. And I don't know if you walked around Shillong, there isn't a single bookstore. So who's going to read these books apart from people at the Anganwadi, children in the Anganwadi centers? You know, are you going to put them online? I mean, is Saramandala going to make a marketing process by which it gets accessible? Because we have lit fests in this city. I've been part of it. The fifth one is going to be here, but we don't have a single bookstore. And nobody sees the contradiction. So you've been talking about all this, but here's the challenge. You know, how do you get this out? And I've read some of the publications, I think they're really remarkable. But then, you know, governments work in different, very strange ways, shall we say.
Absolutely true. In fact, I can share from the little understanding that I have from Eklavya's publications. Eklavya's publication is over 40 years old now. See, the way selling is happening is largely through, one is what we call retail market, where it is through bookstores, through, you know, maybe even sometimes online. Or, you know, these book melas that happen where you are selling it to an individual. Or you are selling through institutional buys, which are large bulk buys. Which in case, for example, Meghalaya opens up to a publisher and says, we want X number of your books, which is the government purchases, or there are a series of other institutions and universities and organizations then who buy in bulk. It has been extremely tricky when it comes to language publishing, you know, this balance of retail and institutional. And retail movement of retail books, especially in languages in retail market has been very slow. And that's why even if there are bookstores, if you go to a bookstore which sells children's books, a majority of them will have only English books. Language books are still missing from there, even in bookstores, you know. So there are these large gaps of, and that's reflected in how one is the dialing languages that we are talking about, but also how retail market is moving these days. So a lot of, unfortunately, the bulk movement in regional language is happening through institutional buys, where schools, libraries, and so on and so forth are buying them. And largely they are funded, so they get, the printing is happening depending upon what is the, you know, what kind of quantum of buy is coming, and then not much is available for retail also. So it's also about all of these additional expenses for publishers, for warehousing, for supply, and so on and so forth. Yes, sir.
That's not really my point. My point is that there is no reading culture.
Yes.
You can have all the retail stuff, you can have all everything else. Unless there's a culture of reading, you won't move forward. we are here, so let's talk about this area because it's very different to Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan or Delhi or anywhere else. In Assam, you have book fairs, which are in all the languages of the region. You have bookshops which keep languages, children's literature, Assamese literature, other languages. So it's not quite what you're saying, you know. The reading culture has to be there, and that is what you need to build on. Otherwise, we are just talking about things that are not impacting people.
I believe in that space, perhaps Lanu could talk more about the books that are up there on the Story Weaver platform and how so many of us are so engaged.
From a very, very TFFP-centric point of view, we have been, trying to get the books to the Anganwadi centers, and at the dissemination level, I think I was discussing this with some people a couple of days back as well. At the dissemination level, if we want children to read, we need to make these books accessible, and this accessibility cannot come without collaboration. Because I've seen in the youth centers that we have, like some of the books in one of my field visits that I witnessed was one child, flipping through a book and could not read the English lines very well, but the translated bilingual book in Khasi, he was so fluent in reading, and after reading it, he went back to the to the English versions and put the letters together and tried to pronounce it. So that's how maybe the culture from my point of view, the culture of reading can start at the grassroots, but all of this cannot happen without accessibility. And to make books accessible, at a large scale in every corner. Wherever it is, it could be Meghalaya, it's in Srinagar, it could be Meghalaya, it could be Nagaland, anywhere else. Accessibility of books cannot happen without collaboration. It should be the system, the government, NGOs like us trying to make content for children, publishers, philanthropy, all of this coming together to make accessibility possible. Another thing that we have been tinkering with is a WhatsApp chatbot, because books in print, like we have discussed, it's a very expensive affair, right? Like to get every child to hold a physical copy of a book, it costs money. I think it is not impossible, but it does cost money, and it takes time to get there. So we've been tinkering with a WhatsApp chatbot to see, because we want the books to reach to every child, maybe every parent, every Anganwadi worker. So if we can send this content, it's something that we've been tinkering with and we've not launched it yet, but because the books are translated in the local language, we have the storytelling handbook that we will be launching in the second session, which was also born out of a gap that we noticed in the space of storytelling to help Anganwadi workers. So if we can make content in the local languages and dissemination possible, maybe it will foster the culture of reading at a digital level, because dissemination in physical copies could be a little difficult, but dissemination at a digital level, it's a much faster and quicker way to do it. And maybe Ms. Kanaka could also share more about, because Story Weaver is a digital platform, and we have our books there. So anytime somebody asks us about our book and we're not able to send a physical copy, we just send a link of the Story Weaver platform.
Same with us, yeah.
Yeah, download the PDF and read it. It's available in all the languages. So that's what we've been doing so far. But we want to do so much more, be it in the space of digital dissemination, be it in the physical dissemination of the books, or be it in more content creation, not just from Meghalaya or from the Northeast, but
Thank you so much, Lanu. I've been signaled that... Oh, can we take another question? All right, please.
Thank you. That was such a wonderful panel. I just wanted to add something with what Professor Konjo Hazarika sir mentioned about the question of accessing books, and also Lanu also mentioned about it. One thing we have to think that, okay, publishing industry, what we say, that it's publishing, and now more books we can see here also, it's coming. But the question is that how these books will reach to the reader. That is a very important question, and we are trying to see that also. One thing I believe, also of course the location of work, what I'm coming, is the library. That we need library in the community level. And we need to demand government to create libraries just like schools we have. That is one I definitely see. Otherwise books will be just lying there. That is one. The second one is that again we have to push government also to revive and make functional school libraries and to buy books, because if we are talking about a publishing industry also, and that's Assam, that data also talks about from the Book Publishing Association, that it's been many years that Assam government has stopped buying books for schools and also for the district library and the sub-divisional library. That from government, from the directorate, they have two kind of library. One is the district library and one is the sub-divisional. And once upon a time, there used to be Graima Puthivaral, like, rural library. And they stopped long back to buy books for those rural, library. That is also one thing. And how you mentioned the word collaboration. Collectively, how civil society, publishing industry, everyone, writer, author, everyone, we push government also to buy, that they allocate budget there to buy books. Otherwise, how no matter how much we talk, we really cannot bring this. And we have to demand and create more and more library. Right. And also to re-emphasize one thing that, okay, fine, some of the civil society or some NGOs are doing resource mobilization and creating library. But our larger demand should be that there should be a free public library system where we have library, which is our Hakki library in all the community, and that's why. And bookstore, yes, it's not there in many places. In Aizol also, it's very less, only one or two, which actually have books from children literature. That is one. And book fair, like in Assam, we see in district level also book fairs are there. In Karors also people, sell books. So how we can push all of this agenda, then all these books can go more to the community and people. Thank you.
Thank you for your relevant suggestion. And since we're running short of time, if any of you have any additional questions that you may like to ask our panelists here, you may do so at the lunch and networking session. We have now come to a close, and I would like to thank each one of our panelists for your insights, your honesty, and the intentionality you bring to this work. I've learned so much from this discussion. It's been incredibly eye-opening, and I believe that each of us can take something valuable from this discussion and carry it forward in whatever capacity we can. Thank you so much to the Forgotten Folklore Project for having us. And once again, a huge congratulations to the graduating fellows and on the launch of your storytelling handbook. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for such an enlightening discussion. I feel like your insights on the gaps in contextual education, the need for better representation, the role of publishing and libraries, and the responsibility of the governance have been invaluable. You've also reminded us how vital it is to root early education in the lived experiences of children. We truly appreciate your time and contributions. Thank you once again. I'd also like to convey my special thanks to Sasanva for moderating the session with such ease and precision. And I hope, dear audience, that the discussion has made you think of new avenues about the state of early childhood education in our country. And now, we are thrilled to unveil something truly special, the TFFP Storytelling Handbook. The TFFP Storytelling Handbook represents the culmination of an idea that first took root in 2019, when the Saura Mandala Foundation was supporting the development of Anganwadi centers in the Garo Hills of Meghalaya. While working on infrastructure and systems, it became evident that a critical gap existed. Children had limited or no access to learning materials that reflected their own lives, languages, and cultural worlds. This gap led to the foundation of the Forgotten Folklore project today, a community-driven initiative to develop contextual storybooks rooted in the traditions, folklore, and lived experiences of children in Meghalaya and across the Northeast today. Over the past 3 years, TFFP has grown from a small storytelling pilot into a powerful content development ecosystem, curating 45 storybooks in Meghalaya and 20 storybooks across the Northeast, which will be released today, facilitating storytelling in Anganwadis and community libraries, and training educators in culturally grounded early learning practices. Ladies and gentlemen, this storytelling handbook is more than just a guide. It is a bridge between policy and practice, a tool to bring the national education policy to life in classrooms, Anganwadis, and communities through stories that reflect who our children are.
And it is our pleasure to invite Srimati C.D. Lingwa to launch the Forgotten Folklore Project Storytelling Handbook, a companion for those who wish to continue the work of contextual storytelling in classroom, libraries, and homes.
Testimony of it's a new word that I use. What you honor becomes a celebration. What you dishonor becomes a frustration. So with this, I congratulate Naga. And I'm a great fan of science students, and he's an electrical engineer. And because of him, we are getting books for Anganwadi. Congratulations, Naga, and the people who are behind it as we unveil building foundation.
Thank you, ma'am. I now kindly request you to share a few of your words with us.
The very fact that you're all sitting here is thanks to our dispensation in the government under the leadership of our visionary Chief Minister, Honorable Sir Conrad Sangma. And it's because this hotel has been lying in the lurch for last 2 to 3 decades. And because they had a vision of hosting people from across the countries to come to this tribal community, you know, where in our neighboring states, we have 3 railway stations added to the existing, 1 international airport, 5 flyovers, against which even traveling for you from there to here takes 4 hours, if not 5 hours. And so how do we host people like you so that the amenities are up to what you've been used to? So this is the outcome, as well as Marriott. But the very fact that I'm standing here today is in celebration of Samuel, who came to bring and talk about Saura Mandala. And he showed me and he gifted me these dolls, which are art and craft of our community. One is a Khasi boy, one is a chick girl. And I was so impressed with it that every time I went to the Ministry of the Government of India in Delhi, I would ask for these small tokens. I would, to promote it, and for which we had even given it to our Honorable Chief Minister. When NEP 2020 came, you have 3 components: early childhood care and education, school and education, and higher education, which is covered by DRT here in Meghalaya, at least, DSEL, which is school education, and higher technical education. But when they found that 0 to 8 covers early childhood care and education, the educational aspect 0 to 3 was not covered. In the wisdom of our Honorable Chief Minister, my Minister, and Sir Sampat Kumar, the Principal Secretary of Social Welfare Department, Health Department, they therefore conceptualized the Meghalaya Early Childhood Development Mission. And under this, therefore, we are standing with you to have a collaboration and an MOU, not only with Saura Mandala Foundation, but with Sesame, with Vineyards for Building, because we, the entire country is concentrating on early childhood care and education, NEP 2020. But the miracle is that Meghalaya has become a trailblazer. So every time we sit for a meeting on VC with the government in, in Delhi and the ministry, they are very impressed with Meghalaya, because we are the only state in the country who are the trailblazer for holistic education, not just early childhood care and education in the Anganwadi Center, but it's holistic. So under early childhood development, it touches the brain, the nutrition, health, community, parental well-being. And on this we have built up. And in the course of our building up, we found that there are so many lacunae. So you will keep on hearing the word Anganwadi, Anganwadi. For the first time ever since it's existed in Meghalaya, we have 6,000 Anganwadi centers. It was found out by the ministry that we have only about 1,000 or 2,000 which have electricity connection, water connection, toilet facilities. That is why when you heard earlier on some of the speakers saying that they would rather take a loan to pay and go to a private school rather than coming to an Anganwadi center. An Anganwadi center is 1 lakh. So when we have audit objections, I said, have a life. How can you make an Anganwadi which is just 3? So that's why the government of Meghalaya, with this paucity of funds, have taken a loan for which we have got a loan. And on this loan, because of the audit, our architect has to be from who are global compliant. So to be global compliant, now 1 lakh or 2 lakhs is not sufficient. With the MREGA or SENRD also 8 lakhs is not sufficient. We are now constructing to 25 lakhs because it has to be child friendly. So this is where Meghalaya government has to take loans, for which we had gone to Delhi last year also to request, please allow us clearance. On this, therefore, we are able to do capacity building, strengthening our Anganwadis, for which we have poached even her. So now she's going to be our district program managers out of the 12 to strengthen our CDPOs, because we are feeding 4 lakhs children, 60,000 pregnant and lactating mother, 70,000 of the adolescent girls. So some of my CDPOs are here, 41 projects, and they're working only with 30. And again, we found that there is no proper sanction. The Meghalaya government has allowed us, Social Welfare Department, to even have the recruitment, Social Welfare Recruitment Board, so that we don't delay in recruitment. So with these kind of paucity lacunae, we see every problem to be a possibility for growth, for solutions. So we are saying we will be the new Meghalaya with ECD mission. And on this, thank you so much, Naga, for bringing all the team and all the rest, especially Sir CEO from Rain Matter. Thank you so much. I was so excited because everything was so colorful when I came here. I thought I'll see just Samuel because it's a holiday. I'm an officer. So I just wore this because he brings me these colorful kinds of art from Saura Mandala. Suddenly, I realized my minister, Sarakam, is a chief guest. And like I said, what you honor becomes your celebration. And so his half jacket was exactly the color. And this comes from Achi community, which he hails from. So I said to him, sir, so if we can come with that spirit, and I'm a great proponent of the rainbow, you know. So I love colors, and like that's why I said, all of you girls, please keep on standing to take a picture with the minister. So with this, I congratulate Sir Naga Kartik. Thank you so much, sir, for doing all this. You invested your energy, your intelligence, your resources. And like I was saying, we can live up to 80 years. And I take a lot of pictures because when I'm 85 years old, I'm going through the album. What have we done to touch lives? You've left the comfort of your home and you've traveled this part of the country, you know, in Northeast, which is a bottleneck kind. And you've left your home, but you're touching us by your intelligence. You've invested in us through your thought process. And on this thought process, we're taking in. That's why I know a lot of us are frustrated with the government. We have issues. But let me tell you, the government is now on a mission mode. So we have government with people who are frustrated, work on. But we have the mission in the government. So even under social welfare, we also have under the Chief Minister. That's why you'll have Empower. That's how we have I was checking this book just now. You have this one which is Empower also, and CM Care and Prime. These are all the creation, the visionary concepts of the Honorable Chief Minister. And on this, therefore, we are able to embark on Meghalaya mission, Meghalaya Next, which is a mission mode. We're tapping all our kids. Brain drain is happening, but we are bringing them back together. And so there's a lot of investment, and we look forward to coordinating, connecting with you. And congratulations to the editor. I was asking Samuel, who is he? He said, ma'am, he's the one who edits, the person who sat here just recently. I'm so grateful to you for the illustration. I'm still crazy about it. Crystal, kindly stand up. Through ECD mission, we found out that in Meghalaya, 36 lakhs population life count yesterday, thanks to Principal Secretary. We still have on paper census 20 to 11, which is 29 lakhs population. Through Sir Conrad and Sir Sampat, we have now the figure yesterday live births. 36 lakhs population, 13 lakh student community, 55,000 teachers, 1 lakh dropout because we have 14,000 secondary school, but only around 400, 500 higher secondary schools, which we create an automatic dropout. On this, we have teenage pregnancy, which therefore affected the number of disability content, which we have signed an MOU with St. John's also. And a lot of these issues, the Meghalaya government is embarking on a journey of early childhood development mission, for which we are also collaborating of making a child development center, child center for excellence, which we are all doing. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you for coming to Meghalaya, and we look forward with the mission mode that we are on in, and because we are boarding no longer on a aeroplane, but it is a jet with our jets, global trotting CM, because we want people of excellence and intelligence to touch the people who are voiceless, to touch the marginalized, to touch people who have no capacity but are dependent on us. With me are my CDPOs and the DSWOs from social welfare, because in Meghalaya, early childhood development mission and all that we are talking about, the curriculum content, the nodal department is social welfare department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your whirlwind of a message. And thank you so much for your presence today. And now, as the clock has struck the hours for a delicious meal, we now invite you to step out and enjoy a warm lunch with your new friends, familiar stories and conversations that continue off stage. We'll resume at 2:30 sharp, ladies and gentlemen, with more inspiring dialogue.
Enjoy your meal and see you after the break.
Asong gepade alsi alaksi Pencip ko kepana to o japeng papki Mai jing jing ambi maki Mai jing jing achu maki Mai jing jing ambi maki Meng kowe ngajo ong manggeni Balwa baksa jing bolwa kreponi jing jing mai jing jing ambi maki mai jing jing mai jing jing achu maki mai jing jing mai jing jing ambi maki jak ko sak ton na pe jing jing jak si jing ma ha ha ka deng ne jing jing jak si
You see, I let my mind wander across the universe, and I zero it down to where my mind put a focus with mindfulness. The importance of old sayings, proverbs, maxims, and the need to know its importance leads me to select the story, Really and the Cat.
I do write a lot of stuff, but this is kind of a very new journey for me. So initially, I was very much, worried, and also I was very much, a bit of nervous because I've never worked with an illustrator. Directly, I have written and I have sort of, worked with editor. But this is kind of a very whole new journey for me.
I took the opportunity the TFFP has given me to write a story that delves into my childhood and revives stories that are gradually fading away.
Because of this project itself, I think it brings me closer to my people also.
If I have to talk about Sikkim, Sherpa community in Sikkim is like usually less. It is like 60 to 66,000 approx Sherpas we are here in Sikkim. So there is no such kind of, folklore literature, especially in the field of children. So it is like, I feel very happy that I think I am the first one to do this in this field. So yeah, I'm very, very grateful also. And, this whole, I am like representing my whole 60 to 66,000 Sherpa community through this book too. So I'm very grateful.
Working on the book one, I learned that especially for short stories or the writing stories, unlike poetry, I cannot wait on for the inspiration to come to me. I'll have to look for it. I'll have to go. I'll have to plan, and I'll have to, work and edit, and then perfection.
I feel like a lot of it has got to do with like the physical entities in the story, like the haircut, the outfits, the sort of gears that they use, and like the tools that they have with them.
Maybe like if I am illustrating this right now, people from the community are going to eventually read this and realize there is scope for representation. So it just has to be done. Something has to begin for people from the community, people from other communities to realize, be a little, take some initiative and do things in the same vein.
Many folklores consist of rhythm, and because it was oral stories and which have been passing down from generation to generations, so it contains many words that young readers will not be understanding.
I think the journey of being a non-fictional writer to a fictional writer, and now it has inspired me that I can write more stories. Even the resource person from the Ulta Pani, they were calling me again, right? He is like, I have many more stories, please come. And it was really inspiring. I have grown in that way also, I feel like.
This is my first time working in this field, so working time was I was struggling to get those final results, but somehow it's worth it. I did my best, and it also gives you time to explore your best.
It's not part of my comfort zone actually. I have not been a part of this, and it's really is a very important learning for me with the wordless book. So that's how.
When we were
younger, we would hear all these stories from our parents, or we'd hear it from other people, from elders or things like that. But we didn't really have access to such books as such. They were not necessarily available. Maybe research was available, but not children's books or picture books, which is perhaps like more child friendly, especially at a younger age. So yeah, I think I just say, like, come with an open mind, read and revel in it if you can. If you don't like it, you can have an opinion, you can say so to those who are reading it. If you like it, then great, then that makes it much more meaningful to us.
You bring such stories to them, I think it helps them know so much about their culture, but also they are getting to learn it in such a fun way, like through storybooks. I really hope that people are able to connect with those stories and they can also see themselves in that story.
I hope you can see yourself in the books. I hope you can relate to the characters there. I hope we represented you properly. And I hope you enjoyed the book.
It's a barren, grassy, flat patch of landscape shaped strangely like an hourglass with a narrow chicken neck like land strip in the middle.
On the trail to one of the ficus tree ladders here. Come and join me as we take a look at this amazing work of bioengineering. This is the entrance to another natural feature of Nong Na. This is the Mau Ting Hiang cave, and it is located on top of this Lom Yao Pao.
Welcome to Shillong Buzz.
Wow.
This is your new store. What are in fact some of the upgrades that you've incorporated from your old store and getting them here?
The best thing and the thing that you just cannot fabricate is sunlight. Look at the windows here.
Yes.
Lots of natural light. You can kind of have the bride envision what she will look like on the day of the wedding.
Fresh, ha? Men siya ikan dia kum noban pun kuat nu siya prong mo. Put na ni naklit dia mo.
Tatang hapa street na siya hang din. Kadang ka bakam.
Em ka umpiang pelong.
Katkum ko jing snoto jong ubabon balang hakatay kapor. Kakirteng cherapanji kamut kajaka jong usok nyamtra.
Siyem babun kinungwan mo akay birthday. Kibawan siya kani kajaka. Kiwan banjingi hakini ki But haba kaliyaki. Bon nakikit ho yangi. Pagida sngopen ngat. But sngo kya karat.
In recent years, kayaking has gained significant popularity as a water sport. The sport is quickly catching up in Meghalaya's Umtham village, which is a part of Umsling. The picturesque Umthro River has served as a kayaking destination for kayakers from across the globe over the past several years. The Mega Kayak Fest 2023, which is the 6th such edition hosted here, saw the United States coming out on top in the downriver sprint for both men and women on the second day.
징징 암비무키 마이 징징 아추무키 마이 징징 암비무키 왕의 하하카등 오대 나빵겐 탐피 Drip asong depade alsi alaksi Pencip ko kepana to o japeng papi Mai 징징 ambi muki Mai 징징 achumuki Mai 징징 ambi muki Meng mako nga joong manggani Palwa baksa 징징에 bolwa kreponi Mai 징징 ambi muki Mai 징징 achumuki Mai 징징 ambi muki Jako sakton nape 징징 jaksi Jinma hahaka denge 징징 jaksi
I let my mind wander across the universe and I zero it down to where my mind put a focus with mindfulness. The importance of all sayings, proverbs, maxims, and the need to know its importance leads me to select the story, Really and the Cat.
I do write a lot of stuff, but this is kind of a very new journey for me. So initially, I was very much, worried, and also I was very much, a bit of nervous because I've never worked with an illustrator. Directly, I have written and I have sort of, worked with editor. But this is kind of a very whole new journey for me.
I took the opportunity the TFFP has given me to write a story that delves into my childhood and revive stories that are gradually fading away.
Because of this project itself, I think it brings me closer to my people also.
If I have to talk about Sikkim, Sherpa community in Sikkim is like usually less. It is like 60 to 66,000 approx Sherpas we are here in Sikkim. So there is no such kind of, folklore literature, especially in the field of children. So it is like, I feel very happy that I think I am the first one to do this in this field. So yeah, I'm very, very grateful also. And this whole, I am like representing my whole 60 to 66,000 Sherpa community through this book too. So I'm very grateful.
Working on the book one, I learned that especially for short stories or the writing stories, unlike poetry, I cannot wait for the inspiration to come to me. I'll have to look for it. I'll have to go. I'll have to plan, and I'll have to, work. And it did and then perfection.
I feel like a lot of it has got to do with like the physical entities in the story, like the haircut, the outfits, the sort of gears that they use, and like the tools that they have with them.
Maybe like if I am illustrating this right now, people from the community are going to eventually read this and realize there is scope for representation. So it just has to be done. Something has to begin for people from the community, people from other communities to realize, acha, be a little, like take some initiative and do things in the same vein.
Many folklores consist of like how to say, like redeem, and because it was oral stories and which have been passing down from generation to generations, so it contains many like words that young readers will not be like understanding.
I think the journey of being a non-fictional writer to a fictional writer, and now it has inspired me that I can write more stories. Even the resource person from the Ulta Pani, they were calling me again, right? He is like, I have many more stories, please come. And it was really inspiring. I have grown in that way also, I feel like.
This is my first time like working in this field, so working time was like I was struggling to get those like final results, but somehow like it's worth it. Like I did my best, and it also like gives you time to explore your best. Like
It's not part of my comfort zone actually. I've not been a part of this, and it's really is a very like important learning for me. It's with the wordless book. So that's how.
When we were younger, we would hear all these stories from our parents, or we'd hear it from other people, from elders or things like that. But we didn't really have access to such books as such. They were not necessarily available. Maybe research was available, but not children's books or picture books, which is perhaps like more child friendly, especially at a younger age. So yeah, I think I just say like, come with an open mind, read and revel in it if you can. If you don't like it, you can have an opinion, you can say so to those who are reading it. If you like it, then great, then that makes it much more meaningful to us.
You bring such stories to them, I think it helps them know so much about their culture, but also they are getting to learn it in such a fun way, like through storybooks. I really hope that people are able to connect with those stories, and they can also see themselves in that story.
I hope you can see yourself in the books. I hope you can relate to the characters there. I hope we represented you properly. And I hope you enjoyed the book.
gió tăng có u ba u tai u nai là cả đông đít u tai u nai là cả đông đít miệt khăn lột cả con cả nhà song bát thi yang à u tai u nai là cả đông đít u tai u nai là cả đông đít miệt khăn lột cả con cả nhà song bát thi yang à
It's a barren, grassy, flat patch of landscape shaped strangely like an hourglass with a narrow chicken neck like land strip in the middle.
On the trail to one of the ficus tree ladders here. Come and join me as we take a look at this amazing work of bioengineering. This is the entrance to another natural feature of Nong Na. This is the Mau Ting Hiang cave, and it is located on top of this Lo Miao Pao.
Welcome to Shillong Buzz.
Well,
This is your new store. What are in fact some of the upgrades that you've incorporated from your old store and getting them here?
the best thing and the thing that you just cannot fabricate is sunlight. Look at the windows here.
see that, yes.
Lots of natural light. You can kind of have the bride envision what she will look like on the day of the wedding.
Dang menulis dapur yo. Men syupen ikan liat kum no ban pen kuit nu syuprong mo. Put ani nak klik liat mo.
Ta tengah apa street nak syuah ni. Kadang ke bakam.
Em ka umpiang ti long.
Katkum ko jing snotho jong ubabon balang hakatay kapor. Kakirteng cherapanji kamut kajaka jong usok nyamtra.
Siyem babun kinungwan mo akay birthday. Kibawan siya kani kajaka. Kiwan banjingi hakini ki But hapa kaliyaki. Bon nakikit ho yangi. Pagida sngopen ngat. But snok ya kerat.
In recent years, kayaking has gained significant popularity as a water sport. The sport is quickly catching up in Meghalaya's village, which is a part of Umsling. The picturesque Untro River has served as a kayaking destination for kayakers from across the globe over the past several years. The Mega Kayak Fest 2023, which is the 6th such edition hosted here, saw the United States coming out on top in the downriver sprint for both men and women on the second day.
my jing jing ambi maki, my jing jing achu maki, my jing jing ambi maki, wange ha ha ka deng o de na panggen tampi. Drep asong gepade alsi alaksi. Pencep kok kepana to o japeng pati. My jing jing ambi maki, my jing jing achu maki, my jing jing ambi maki, meng mako nga joong manggani. Balwa baksa jing jing e bolwa kreponi. My jing jing ambi maki, my jing jing achu maki, my jing jing ambi maki, jako sakton na pe jing jing jaksi. Jinma ha ha ka denge jing jing jaksi.
You see, I let my mind wander across the universe and I zero it down to where my mind put a focus with mindfulness. The importance of all sayings, proverbs, maxims, and the need to know its importance leads me to select the story, Really and the Cat.
I do write a lot of stuff, but this is kind of a very new journey for me. So initially, I was very much, worried, and also I was very much, a bit of nervous because I've never worked with an illustrator. Directly, I have written and I have sort of, worked with editor. But this is kind of a very whole new journey for me.
I took the opportunity the TFFP has given me to write a story that delves into my childhood and revives stories that are gradually fading away.
Because of this project itself, I think it brings me closer to my people also.
If I have to talk about Sikkim, Sherpa community in Sikkim is like usually less. It is like 60 to 66,000 approx Sherpas we are here in Sikkim. So there is no such kind of, folklore literature, especially in the field of children. So it is like, I feel very happy that I think I am the first one to do this in this field. So yeah, I'm very, very grateful also. And this whole, I am like representing my whole 60 to 66,000 Sherpa community through this book too. So I'm very grateful.
Working on the book one, I learned that especially for short stories or the writing stories, unlike poetry, I cannot wait for the inspiration to come to me. I'll have to look for it. I'll have to go. I'll have to plan, and I'll have to, work, and edit, and then perfection.
I feel like a lot of it has got to do with like the physical entities in the story, like the haircut, the outfits, the sort of gears that they use, and like the tools that they have with them.
Maybe like if I am illustrating this right now, people from the community are going to eventually read this and realize there is scope for representation. So it just has to be done. Something has to begin for people from the community, people from other communities to realize, be a little, take some initiative and do things in the same vein.
Many folklores consist of rhythm, and because it was oral stories and which have been passing down from generation to generations, so it contains many words that young readers will not be understanding.
I think the journey of being a non-fictional writer to a fictional writer, and now it has inspired me that I can write more stories. Even the resource person from the Ulta Pani, they were calling me again, right? He is like, I have many more stories, please come. And it was really inspiring. I have grown in that way also, I feel like.
This is my first time working in this field, so working time was I was struggling to get those final results, but somehow it's worth it. I did my best, and it also gives you time to explore your best.
It's not part of my comfort zone actually. I've not been a part of this, and it's a very important learning for me with the wordless book. So that's how.
When we were younger, we would hear all these stories from our parents, or we'd hear it from other people, from elders or things like that. But we didn't really have access to such books as such. They were not necessarily available. Maybe research was available, but not children's books or picture books, which is perhaps like more child friendly, especially at a younger age. So yeah, I think I just say, like, come with an open mind, read and revel in it if you can. If you don't like it, you can have an opinion, you can say so to those who are reading it. If you like it, then great, then that makes it much more meaningful to us.
You bring such stories to them, I think it helps them know so much about their culture, but also they are getting to learn it in such a fun way, like through storybooks. I really hope that people are able to connect with those stories and they can also see themselves in that story.
I hope you can see yourself in the books. I hope you can relate to the characters there. I hope we represented you properly. And I hope you enjoyed the book.
It's a barren, grassy, flat patch of landscape shaped strangely like an hourglass, with a narrow chicken neck like land strip in the middle.
On the trail to one of the ficus tree ladders here. Come and join me as we take a look at this amazing work of bioengineering. This is the entrance to another natural feature of Nong Na. This is the Mau Ting Hiang cave, and it is located on top of this Lom Yao Pao.
Welcome to Shillong Buzz.
Wow.
This is your new store. What are in fact some of the upgrades that you've incorporated from your old store and getting them here?
The best thing, and the thing that you just cannot fabricate, is sunlight. Look at the windows here.
Yes.
Lots of natural light. You can kind of have the bride envision what she will look like on the day of the wedding.
fresh, ha? Men siya pun ikan liat kum no ban pun kuit nu siya prong mo. Put na ni na klik liat mo.
Ta tengah hap street nak siya ni. Kadang ke bakam.
Em ka penyang pi long.
Katkum ko jing snotho jong ubabon balang hakatay kapor. Kakirteng cherapanji kamut kajaka jong usok nyamtra.
Siyem babun kinungwan mo akay birthday. Kibawan siya kani kajaka. Kiwan banjingi hakini ki Bat hapa kaliyaki. Bon nakikit ho yangi. Bagida sngopen ngat. But snok ya kerat.
In recent years, kayaking has gained significant popularity as a water sport. The sport is quickly catching up in Meghalaya's Umtham village, which is a part of Umsling. The picturesque Untro River has served as a kayaking destination for kayakers from across the globe over the past several years. The Mega Kayak Fest 2023, which is the 6th such edition hosted here, saw the United States coming out on top in the downriver sprint for both men and women on the second day.
My jing jing ambi maki. My jing jing achu maki. My jing jing ambi maki. Wange ha 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 dengote na pangen tampi. Jeb asong gepade alsi alaksi. Pencip ko kepana to o japeng pati. My jing jing ambi maki. My jing jing achu maki. My jing jing ambi maki. Meng mako nga joong manggani. Balwa baksa jing e bolwa kreponi. My jing jing ambi maki. My jing jing achu maki. My jing jing ambi maki. Jako sakon na pe jing jaksi. Jinma ha ha ka denge jing jaksi.
You see, I let my mind wander across the universe and I zero it down to where my mind put a focus with mindfulness. The importance of all sayings, proverbs, maxims, and the need to know its importance leads me to select the story really and the cat.
I do write a lot of stuff, but this is kind of a very new journey for me. So initially, I was very much, worried, and also I was very much, a bit of nervous because I've never worked with an illustrator. Directly, I have written and I have sort of, worked with editor. But this is kind of a very whole new journey for me.
I took the opportunity the TFFP has given me to write a story that delves into my childhood and revive stories that are gradually fading away.
Step further into systems, into policy, and into what happens when grassroots creativity meets institutional design. Moderated by the founder of Saramandala Foundation himself, Naga Karthika MP, this session will explore how stories, especially those rooted in local contexts, can inform and transform policy for early childhood education.
Joining him are three brilliant minds: Namrata Bhatt, educator and product lead at Key Education Foundation, with a passion for teacher development and systemic design; Rima Kaur, faculty at Azim Premji University, working on curriculum and textbook development for early years, and Hita Kumar, Director of Policy and Partnerships at Ek Step, where she builds open digital ecosystems through the Bachpan Manao initiative. Let's dive into designing for the system when stories meet policy.
May we have a round of applause, please, for our brilliant panelists.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and I think a lot more people have stayed back after lunch, so I'm a little happy about that as well. But again, I hope lunch was good, and thanks for joining us again. We decided to have this panel because I think this conversation also came about as we went about doing the work in Meghalaya, and as we started creating the first 45 books, both within the team and with the public system as we tried to work with it. I think there was a little bit of a learning curve and a challenge to move from stories and storybooks to figuring out how does this integrate with the public systems, whether it's the education department or social welfare and other systems like the community centers that we run. And I think that's when we started to have a lot of internal conversations on what does this kind of work look like. None of us had done it before, so it meant a lot of understanding what are the needs of the system, how do we learn and how do we align with it. So that's how it came about. So I'm super happy that we have this panel with us today, and we try and go through a conversation that throws light into a lot of the systems work that each of you are doing, and I think the work that you have helped us do, and try and learn from it, and hopefully you all get to take some insights from this conversation as well. Maybe we can start off with a little bit of an introduction. Hita, if we could start with you, just so that I think a lot of folks in the audience might not know all of the things that each of you do. So maybe just very quick introductions about your work, about yourself. Yes.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon, and incredibly grateful that you're all here after lunch. My name is Hita. I am the Director of Policy and Partnerships at Ek Step Foundation. I am based out of Bangalore. I wear a number of hats at Ek Step, but one of my favorite and one I hope to talk about today is the Bachpan Manao initiative. The Bachpan Manao initiative is one that spotlights the first 8 years of a child's life and how important they are, and how in these years there is abundant growth and abundant learning that is always happening, and how that's best unlocked through joy and play. So just bringing that narrative more publicly, more openly, at a national level is something that the Bachpan Manao initiative is doing. That's about me.
Hello everyone, I am Rima from Azim Premji University, and I'm from Delhi, but for the past 5 years I've been staying in Guwahati and working in the Northeast. My colleague Imon is also here, so we are a small team here, and we work primarily with all the 8 states of the Northeast in the area of textbook development, curriculum development, teacher capacity building, teacher educator capacity building. And I think there are so few people in education and development that we all have to don many hats. So and specifically in Meghalaya, we've been working with the DERT, School Education Department, and the Meghalaya Board of School Education.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Namrita. First of all, thank you for having me here. I think it's been wonderful being in Shillong for the past 2 days, and today mornings was like goosebumps for me. So I am the Director of Product at Key Education Foundation currently, and it's a Bangalore-based organization, and we are focused only on early childhood education. So in my role, I get to develop curriculum for the early years, train teachers on how to teach children in the early years, and also support parents at home, right? So I think working with Sauramandala closely on this handbook, the Stories Handbook, I think has been a wonderful experience, and that's what I'm looking forward to kind of share and talk more about today. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. So yeah, like I said, we'll delve a little bit into what is it like to maybe try and work with systems, multiple systems, or trying to get or trying to integrate things into the system. So maybe Rima, I'll start with you. I think I first met all of you, at least the team Bijoy and all, about 5 years ago, when we did a teacher training workshop in East Garo Hills, and I'm guessing that's about when the whole conversation about contextualizing the books started. So if you could share a little bit about how that journey has been, what does it take, and what has it been like conversing with the system, trying to get them to see the need, and then eventually getting now to a point where a lot of it is actually materializing.
That's a very big question. I don't know how to really respond to it in a very pinpointed manner. But from what I understand, you are trying to ask how it has been like working with states in contextualizing curricula, and where does it stand in when we talk of implementation. So our organization, as a university, we provide academic support to different states, and if we talk of early childhood education now, we are in the post-NEP era, and in fact even prior to the NEP there has been so much of impetus in the area of early childhood education. So we work at various levels. One is at the state curriculum framework level, state education policy, then at the level of designing curriculum syllabus, contextualizing textbooks, designing activity books, and so on for different stages. And in all the work that we do, we have been trying to emphasize the importance of contextualizing the curricula to the needs of children, And by that, we don't just mean changing a few names here and there, or changing images, so visual representation, because usually, and our process is quite collaborative in nature. So for example, here where we work with the DERT faculty is involved, and then we provide support. So it's a lot of co-creation of curricula materials that takes place. And the learning curve for us also, along with the people that we work with, has been in understanding what does it really mean to contextualize. And the very immediate response that we get, no matter which group we work with, is okay, there's a textbook that NCERT has come out with, and we have to contextualize it. Ek kaam karte hain, let's add some Garo names, let's add some Khasi names, let's change the attire of this person, let's make her wear a jensam, and that's it. And so through a process of say 7 to 8 writing workshops, where there's a lot of headbutting also, we also learn along the way. It's not like we are bringing some kind of expertise that is bestowed to us by God. We also learn along the way. We've tried to understand what does it really mean to contextualize. And I think in the previous panel, the very important critical point that was raised is, does it mean going to the other end of the spectrum where we are constantly, talking about certain cultural references, bringing them in, and being happy with just that. In fact, I'll share a recent experience where in contextualizing a textbook, there was a scene, double-page image of an underwater scene where there's a child in a submarine and there are sea creatures. And the textbook writers suggested that we should remove that image because it is not as per Meghalaya's context. So along the way, we've had some very interesting conversations. So that's at the level of designing materials, okay? And along the way, what our belief strongly is that capacities of people also get built. So it's not just a product that you are coming out with, but the people who are involved. And these range from teachers, teacher educators, who are teaching at diets, DLED courses, at DERT. We've had some CDPOs, some private school teachers and principals also involved, some supervisors also involved. Some people from ECD have also been coming in and out. Although I would like to take, the opportunity to say that convergence needs to take place. Right now, in many ways, it's moving in two separate directions. So one is developing the material, that reflects the spirit of what do we really mean by contextualizing something. Second is building the capacity of people who are in key roles. And the third is really where our struggle lies, which is in implementation, okay? Because when we talk of stories, for example, we come from, we are in a country where we want to teach everything to the child through stories. We want the child to develop some amazing moral values and become superlative human beings. So honesty is the best policy and all of that. So these days what's happening is the moral of the story, from the end of the story, that line is gone, but the way we work with stories, the way stories are written, remains the same. So that's where we have tried to sort of hit it, that the way stories get told, what kind of themes do we talk about, what do we mean by contextualizing stories, how do you tell a story in class, which I think in the previous panel also we were trying to address. How do you tell a story, how do you engage with students, how do you build conversations, and I think having materials in place in the form of textbooks, storybooks, becomes a prerequisite, but it is definitely not enough. But I think there are teachers, there are, I'm sure, Anganwadi workers who are making efforts with the support that they need. How do you conduct a read aloud? How do you sit with children? How do you conduct quote unquote thick conversations with them? Not just, or how are you feeling today? All right, good, very good. And then you move to the next child. So that's just an overview of what we have been trying to do, and this moral of the story, mat batao bachon ko, let them discover. Why should stories only be about teaching? Moral stories can also be just for fun, or thinking about your life. So I think those are some areas we have tried to
that's
hit on.
No, thank you. I think that's super interesting, because I think in the early days of TFFP, I think this is a conversation we've had in the team as well, whether we should do stories with morals or use stories for something else, or make it about, like you said, discovery, or it's okay if it's an open-ended story, and things like that. So I think at least the team is and how we've approached it, we've been quite aligned. Namrata, I'll actually come to you, because I think Rima raised an important point about stories and maybe the role that it has to play in curriculum, and I think that's something that also came about when we were trying to design this handbook, as to how far can stories go, what are the roles that it can play, and what's like maybe a supporting role that it could play in the larger piece of the curriculum. So and since you've really sort of led this and helped us build this in a way, so what was that experience like, and what was going through your head when all of these stories and things were just thrown at you in a sense?
Thanks for that question, Karthik. So it took me back to, I think, October, when I was sitting with all the 45 storybooks and thinking about how to build a curriculum and a handbook around this, right? And I think first thing is, when it comes to, since we're talking about policy as well, since it comes, when we're talking about national curriculum framework and these blueprints that are there on how should children learn in the early years and what should they learn in the early years, I think stories fits perfectly well into how children should be learning, because one, it brings in context, it brings in excitement for the child, it's very engaging for the child, and it's very hands-on also when you're engaging in activities with the story. So when it comes to how children learn, I think stories fit beautifully over there. And when it comes to, I think, when we were starting to design this curriculum itself, we had to discuss on like what do we want this handbook to help achieve for the child. And that's when we went into a little bit of debate on, should this be a holistic one? Should this be something that can work in any space? And that's when we arrived at saying that this curriculum is going to be focused on what Lanu called out in the welcome address today, which is language, to celebrate language and to celebrate identity of the child. So the curriculum, if you flip through it, you will see that it meets 8 out of the 13 curricular goals of the NCF and the Aadhar Sheela. And in this, it's heavily focused on language development of the child, listening, speaking, early reading, and parts of cognitive, critical thinking, heavily on social emotional learning for the child that's built in through the stories, and also appreciation of arts. And I think that's at the crux of that is where the child is building their identity and all of those wonderful things, right? So I think as an experience while I was designing this and helping develop this curriculum, it was initially just ideating this and coming up to what is it that can also be easily scalable, easily implementable in the classroom, something that's fun for the child. So it was wonderful thinking through all of this and putting it together. And I think the stories, each of the storybooks made it so easy to make the activities fun, engaging, and contextual. Very little effort had to be put in to make it contextual because the stories are just so beautiful and right there. So yeah, and I think something I'm very excited about the handbook is, I think when it comes to early reading, there were in the morning I heard somebody say that reading is a very complex skill for children in the early years. But there are certain activities that are there and is for vocabulary drills for children, which uses a whole language approach, which I think will make reading very fun and engaging for the child, and probably builds that culture of reading that was also called out in the morning. So yeah, it was overall a really fun experience.
Yeah, I think I'm sure the team also felt the same way, because I would get either these comments or certain screenshots that Lanu or someone would say, and like, oh, this is such a cool activity, and this seems like so much fun, and yeah, and I think a lot of the activities, like I said, they're actually very fun to do, not only for children, if I may say so. And I think there was this point earlier about, I think, reading culture and in general this age group and the importance of early childhood education. And Hita, I think with X-Step and with Bachpan Manao campaign, there's been a more of a ecosystem plus a like a slightly different approach to it. So if you could maybe just share, how is it that you look at this space and almost creating some sort of a supporting architecture ecosystem for a lot of the people, and I think some of the people who are in this room as well.
Thanks, Karthik. Yeah, I think I'll just start with, childhood looks very different in every single household, right? Every single parent is raising their child in a very unique, personal way. And they're looking for solutions for their own, immediate context. There are cultural norms, there are common practices, but it's a very, very personal journey. I mean, I have a 16-month-old, and I know that no household has the same kind of, way of kind of dealing with my daughter. For Bachpan Manao, that way, the approach has been, there are so many organizations, Key Education, APU, they're doing incredible work, in supporting the ecosystem. But what is the prevalent narrative? What do people want? What are people thinking about parenting? That stress of raising a child and, teaching them and making them school ready, it's so prevalent. So, when all well-meaning Anganwadi workers, librarians, teachers are there to, enable play and bring in stories, you have parents who are saying, teach them English and, give them homework and, it's not meeting, the supply and demand is not aligned, honestly. So which is why the approach with Bachpan Manao is really to kind of try a small attempt to try and, for society to see parenting slightly differently, lighten the load a little bit, especially in the early years when there is so much growth and learning happening every single minute of every single day. Everyday life is learning. The child does not need to be motivated from crawling to walking to talking. No motivation is needed, no certificate is needed, nothing is needed, right? They are figuring their way out every single day. In all of this, in the way that Bachpan Manao is going about it, stories play a very powerful role. I'm talking a little bit more meta than story books itself. That is definitely an artifact that is incredibly meaningful. But stories have a way to travel, right? Stories travel, they make, they're essentially like, they can shift narratives. I think one line I heard somewhere is like, stories are data with soul, right? It really, it carries. They carry beautifully, and when policymakers are making policy all well-intentioned, when reality is not in front of them, I think stories play an incredible role. So that's a big kind of push for Bachpan Manao to bring these stories out, bring out stories of caregivers, bring out stories of teachers, Anganwadi workers. They need to feel seen. They need to, their efforts are commendable. I mean, just given the load of work that they're doing, the fact that every single Anganwadi teacher I have met in the last few days, thanks to your team, the big thing that they all say is that they love children. They don't need motivation. They are working with the intrinsic joy of working with children, and then all the surround sound and all the busyness is there. When they feel seen, when they feel recognized, magic can happen. Truly, you will have advocates and change makers in every community. And all, materials that you're giving them become very, very powerful suddenly. Right? We're seeing stories, I just want to hear from all of you also. Like, just imagine, like a storytelling session is happening, right? What is happening over there? One of your TFFP books is there in the room. The Anganwadi worker is reading it out. I saw, last 2 days, children are gathered around, eagerly listening. They are seeing themselves in these stories. What's the voice in the head, right? I matter. My community matters. What is the voice in the Anganwadi worker's head, right? When she sees this eagerness, she's energized by, these little children eager to learn. She's like, I'm doing something meaningful. I'm bringing something to these children which, nobody else has the time or, patience to do. She sees herself as a storyteller. She sees herself as a teacher and not just a worker, right? What is it doing to the fellows here, right? They're custodians of culture, right? They are bringing back and archiving such beautiful stories for everyone. What is it doing for the parents when, they are reading these stories to their children, or they are seeing their children excited? They are bonding with their kids, language is developing. I mean, identities can shift, with the help of stories. So I think you guys are doing an amazing job, and in that, I think it's really incredible to see the power of stories really come alive here.
No, I think we've also seen this on the ground actually, and we honestly designed a lot of these storybooks with children in mind. And just last week I was in the Garo Hills. Samir was sort of visiting a couple of other projects and went to stay at a homestay. And we just reached the homestay and we parked the car, and the homestay owner comes out to help with the bags, and he sees me, he drops the bags, and so we have this one song called My Jing Jing, which it's like a Garo animation that we produced. He just starts singing the song, and then he starts calling his son and says, hey, that My Jing Jing person has come, and I'm like, okay, wow. And then on the second day, he had called his aunt, and he's showing her the video on the phone, and she's reacting to it. And I think that was, like, it was when, and I texted Lanu, and I think I told her that, okay, this is like some unprecedented impact, like we didn't design for this, but it seems to be accepting. We should probably do more animated videos and jingles and stuff like that. But yeah, I think, and I saw a little bit of it today also in I think the minister's when he spoke as well. So Rima, I think two questions for you from what Hita was saying. There's one, the sense of perfection, competition, and when you're looking to work, I'm sure it's there maybe it's there from the department as well. So how do you try and manage that with contextualization and then try and, in the sense that, okay, we want my child to be able to do this by this time, and not perfection, but I think pressure.
Some certain aspirations that are there from
the parents or from the teachers.
Or teachers. From early childhood education. Okay. So, I think the power of stories, which you were also trying to highlight, is because we are surrounded by stories. And there are a few of you here who've had the privilege of getting your stories published. But not everybody gets that opportunity. So we tend to take stories for granted. And we do not see the value that they can add. And I just don't mean some kind of educational value, where we say, let's write a story or let's come up with a set of storybooks so that we can develop children's phonological awareness. Or let's come up with some graded readers so that children can develop XYZ kind of vocabulary. That is also a kind of story development, which is fine, I guess. But when you, my critique of that would be that may also come across as a very contrived kind of storytelling, which is the kind of storybooks we see in the market, usually. So in the first panel, Sanjoy ji was talking about book fairs and where do you have bookstores. If you look at the recent Guwahati book fair and if you see it every year, there'll be 100 stalls or say 50 stalls and all 50 of them are selling the same damn books. There is no variety. And what you see in your neighborhood stationery shop, we know what's the quality of the storybooks that gets published there or printed. And I'm sorry to say, but stores like Crossword and Home Bookshop, I don't know what they are doing, to be honest. And so, but that kind of supply demand, so that kind of literature available for children in the market shows what kind of aspirations parents have from the kind of literature they want their children to read. Okay, and then we have this whole issue of children not reading enough, us not reading enough, okay? And so the value that stories can add to our lives, again I'm saying, in education is a part of it, okay? It's not all of it. And even within education, developing language and literacy abilities, and then like you were talking about all the different domains of development. So to be able to see that. So for example, that is a struggle. And that's a struggle because we do not directly work with parents, but for the organizations that do, I'm sure that is a huge struggle. And for us to work with teachers, teacher educators in developing curriculum is extremely difficult. And like I said, their capacities get built. That is sort of a hidden objective that we have, that the educational institution has. It's such a big learning curve, because the first 20 stories that one may come up with, and I'm including ourselves in this, okay? Not like we are writing some amazing stories. Even we struggle. And then you can see how contrived the stories are. We are wanting to teach them that Gandhi ji ne bola non-violence and all of that. But once, so if we have say 8 workshops to develop textbooks or say 6 workshops to develop a curriculum, it's towards the fag end of this journey that almost like the third eye opens and we discover, okay, oh, acha, this is also how stories can be written. And we've had people on the verge of retirement who have written some amazing stories. And these get added to our curriculum. And I just wanted to also add, because I think it's important for me to state it over here, that the 45 storybooks that you came up with. So I have the hard copies of the first 6, and then the rest we have soft copies of. So last year NCERT came up with textbooks for classes 1 and 2 and 3 and then various grades. So Meghalaya is contextualizing the class 1 and 2 English textbooks. And for Garo and all, they are designing their own textbooks. For English, they want to contextualize. Okay, and we are helping DERT with that. So first 2 workshops में यही हुआ, नाम वाम change कर दो, photo वोटो change कर दो. And what helped sort of break and understand what do we really mean are those 45 storybooks. Because the moment we shared PDFs and those 6 hard copies that I had, we had our office copies also, it was such a big aha moment for the entire group. And then the ideas just did not stop coming. In that group, we have an 80-year-old woman who has worked as an early childhood educator who was churning stories. I'm not kidding. She was churning stories. There's somebody who's churning like limerick after limerick after limerick. And interestingly, in that group, we had a lot of language faculty, English language faculty from different higher education institutions, private institutions. And a young group, you know, which usually does not come to DERT. Unfortunately, it's the same sort of group of people who keep coming, you know, not just here, in all the states. So there's a sense of fatigue that also sets in. Oh, phir bula liya textbook banane ke liye, phir bula liya to develop curriculum. So it was this fresh group of people who came in and they read these stories, and that aha moment that I'm talking about. Pehle to oh, I am represented, which we were earlier also talking about. And the second and bigger thing was that, oh, this is what you mean. And oh, this is the extent to which we can go when we contextualize our textbooks. Oh, is that the level of autonomy that we have? So that dawn of realization that as a teacher or as a curriculum designer, I have that level of autonomy, it was eye-opening for them, and then we also learned a lot from these stories. So please keep them coming. And there are many good story writers, tellers amongst all of us, and we should all at some or the other level make attempts to write and add them or share them. The other thing, and then I'll stop because I tend to keep talking. The other thing, we were talking about how books are expensive, and they are. It's not easy, especially if you look at big books. So another attempt that as an organization we have made, we make generally in the work that we do, is to say if we have workshops with teachers where there are higher chances of something directly translating into practice. So we do sessions on, of course, storytelling and whatnot, but also let's design big books. Let's take some chart paper. We've developed a big book. Chalo, let's do a read aloud session. Do you have stories to tell? Or we have this pool of pictures. You can take pictures, arrange them in whichever order, write your own story. If you're, too taken aback of drawing, if drawing seems like too much of a task, take from these clip art pictures. Or you're excited, you would like to draw, scribble, make stick men, stick figures, or you're good at drawing, can you draw by yourselves and make a story? In fact, there's one small organization called Aided Action, and we just did 2 workshops with their teachers who work at their centers. They work in government schools. And time and again, whenever we meet that team, they tell us, our teachers who are working in in these centers have developed some 500 plus big books. And then they went and took it a step ahead. They designed bilingual storybooks. And then obviously, we are not saying that these are of such exceptional quality that you can pick them up and publish them, but they are there. So learner created texts, teacher created texts are also options, which we always recommend. And we try that in workshops, we design them with the teachers so that they see that it's possible.
No, I think it's very heartening to hear what you just shared about the TFFP books. And we've also been wanting to do books through workshops the way that you were just describing. a lot of and I think that's one of the things we've spoken about, but it's not materialized. But wanted to try and see what do these stories look like if you were to do a workshop with children themselves. And I think there are certain characters or certain artifacts, I think, from a lot of these stories, which maybe don't have a drawn form of it yet. And so we were thinking it'll be interesting to maybe tell children about this particular thing, but then get them to imagine what it looks like. So maybe, I mean, that's a little bit of the kind of work that we want to do. Namrata, one of the challenges, I think it's come up here and in the previous panel as well, is about books and how expensive it is to sort of get it out. And Lanu touched upon it a little bit. We're trying to think of a couple of ways of doing it through maybe voiceover videos, YouTube, WhatsApp, and I know that you've done a little bit of this, and what have some of your learnings been through your work at KEF with the WhatsApp chatbot? I mean, I understand you directly work with parents, is it? And yeah, whatever it is, and what that experience has been like.
Yes, so we do have chatbots that we work directly with parents for, and we also worked with Sunbird and closely work with Diksha, and in Karnataka we are the partners for EC content on it. But to come to your question, right, now currently I think when it comes to now, we have a handbook. Now this handbook is probably in the ladder of things, like you have the NEP, which is saying that children need 4 hours of routine every day on these domains of development. Then you have the NCF that breaks it down and says that these are the learning outcomes, this is how children should be learning. Then Adarshila comes in and says that here are the broken down progression of learning outcomes. And now the teachers are expected to pick up an Adarshila and drive learning in the classroom. And I think that's where handbooks like these come in, to say that now we'll make the life easier for the teacher or the worker in the class to say, here are the lesson plans, here are the resources, the stories that you require to implement it in the age appropriate manner for the child to learn. But that is still not the last mile. Right? Because now you have the handbook, but once you put this handbook in a center, you will realize that this handbook will not get picked up. And there is a lot of reasons for this. There is fear of, I don't know how to lead a play-based, hands-on, experience-based lesson with multiple ages in my classroom. It'll get messy. If I give the book in the child's hand, they will tear it up. So there are so many fears that come with it. So the workers need support. Right, and in the support, I think, is where one access. How can it be easy for the worker to now find an activity for a particular story that she wants to do in the classroom? So that's where I see maybe a technology feature in something like a chatbot, which I know TFFP, Sauramandala is also working on, where you can just imagine like a teacher, a worker can go access a list of stories that storybook she has, she picks a story, and she gets like 3 activities that she can drive in the classroom for specific learning outcomes, right? And another layer to this is that to do this, the worker also needs to know how to tell stories well. She needs to know how do I cross-reference this handbook to which storybook. So there is capacity building required, and that's where digital training can also be leveraged. And technology can be a very good tool to take this out there for all of them to access whenever they need it. I think today, when it comes to capacity building, it is still about when does the department launch a 2-day training, right? And you rely on those 2 days, and then whether the funds will ever come in or not for the training to even happen. So there are so many barriers that come in when it becomes an in-person training. But when it comes to digital, I think the thought behind it should be that it should be accessible to the worker at any point when she needs it. And I have seen Diksha work well in terms of this. I know Diksha has had a lot of glitches and things that they have continuously worked on as well, but it has worked really well, at least in Karnataka where I have used it. And from our studies, we learned that when it comes to knowledge component of the worker just knowing how do I tell stories, how do I use this, knowledge can be easily delivered through digital training. we saw that whether it's in-person or digital, knowledge components are always, the shift is almost similar. Only when it comes to skill level, practices, demonstrations, those places are probably where you'll require a human person to be there to observe, to give feedback and help them push that practice a little beyond what they're doing. So in that way, I think technology is a great factor to kind of make it accessible for the worker to find relevant activities and also to know how do I do this in a classroom. But of course, technology is not going to solve everything, so that's always there. And one additional thing is, I think, with the handbook being a very modular piece, right, where every story comes with a 3.5-hour module of activities. And I think that modular approach is going to make it very easy for technology to pick it up and make it accessible for the worker. So I think there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the things I like about the handbook, that it could literally be used anywhere. A parent could use it, a teacher, in an Anganwadi, in a library. And yeah, I think completely agree on the aspect of, I think, technology not being looked at as a silver bullet or something like that. So I think last questions and maybe also then closing remarks. So Hita, from your perspective, what could TFFP maybe do from here on, and what are some of the learnings that you have from working at a certain scale that maybe TFFP could learn from, and what are some of the things that could actually happen in this region?
So I'm going to flip it, okay? You guys are doing a fabulous job. I'm going to talk about what y'all are doing which is so scalable, right? At X-Step, I think there are a number of principles that we hold very close to think of solutions at scale. One, you all have already touched upon and you're doing this, right? This modular approach to the handbook, right? It can be plug and play literally anywhere. It becomes a template for hopefully contextual stories in other states, right? That will work. And, you know, that is one part, the modularity of the way you guys are thinking of this. The fact that you have gone right down to the story, right? The content part of it. The second thing, the way you all have, you know, put it out in the open source. This can travel. I know books are expensive, but with it being on Storyweaver, should there be a demand for it, the book can be in every single Anganwadi, right? And that is where I think Bachpan Manao is really hoping to like change that voice of demand, right? To make, like how Lanu mentioned earlier in the morning, right? Where parents are borrowing money to send children to private school because of the lack of infrastructure. Where there is a will, there will be a way, right? If parents want stories in the hands of their children, teachers want stories in front of their children, there will be a way. And when you see that change, when you see that change in yourself, when you see that change in the teacher and the librarian, something shifts. Something shifts. It's not for, I think, you know, the system can solve for a lot, but that will, that internal will, that is what needs to change. The fact that you all have gone, you know, open source is incredibly powerful that way. The fact that you've gone open source using tools already available, collaborating with Pratham Books, another exemplar example of how collaboration can happen. How we don't need to reinvent wheels. There is a platform ready available that is doing a fantastic job, you know, bringing out content, using that. When it comes to, again, something very close to Bachpan Manao is the voice, right? The voice that we are surfacing. We're talking contextual stories, but if the voice is of an outsider, doesn't do it justice. Here you have fellows who are off the region, off the space, speaking about stories that they know, right? So when stories are coming from the voice that they are, you know, stemming from, makes it all the more powerful to scale and travel. So I mean, all of these elements, even the fellowship model itself, if I can comment, is you're creating an entire, you know, a movement of storytellers and story writers. This is not necessarily and they will be champions and mentors to the next cohort, and influence that across. You're generating that excitement across states. So all of these features are all, levers that can influence scale and sustainability. Because it's not necessarily Karthik going, Anganwadi to Anganwadi getting a story. It's not possible, right? So all of these levers are really something that will enable sustainability and scale.
Thank you. Reema, from your perspective, what can we do? Also, I think as closing remarks, but in terms of things like the handbook, a lot of the capacity that you were talking about to actually integrate it into systems, build state capacity, and I mean, because the end goal is, I think children have access, it's part of the education and the learning system. So what can TFFP do from here on?
We have an education system that is so textbook centric. So I think if you put something in the textbooks, it will perhaps reach children. I'm very serious, because we as an organization do like 10 different things, and we question the work that we do sometimes, kya farak pad raha hai ye kaam karne se. But one area where we have with a lot of certainty, we are able to say, this leads to some real change in the classroom level or at the level of the child and the teacher, is when something is pushed into the textbook. One example that I can give you is of the Sikkim textbook. So Sikkim completely overhauled their textbooks for classes 1 to 5. Please go to the SERT Sikkim website and download them. They are available. The illustrators have done an amazing job. I'm sure all of you and all of us would love to see. There are stories there from Pratham that with permission were put in. There are stories there that were put in by taking permission from, I guess, Pratham and then the author. I don't know really how it works. But then where some kind of contextualization of the story for Sikkim had to be made. So Grand Chapati context got changed to Grand Momo context. Grand Momo contest. So, and that's something that is reaching every child. Okay. So that is one very raw and open free suggestion that I would like to give to you. Push things into the textbooks. Okay. And I think you have people who will very readily help you with that. Okay. The second thing, I think that coming up with a handbook like this, where different organizations like Sauramandala has collaborated with other organizations, I think that's great. If like stories that through the fellowship have emerged, if there are I'm imagining capacity building workshops where teachers find their voice as authors, are able to also write. If you are able to put together a compendium of those stories, release those and bring them out, and ensure that at least at the level of the teachers that is available as a resource. See, in the area of language education, there is one very important area of development, language development in young children that is being emphasized for the past few years, which is helping even very young children, right at the level of preschool, develop their author identity. So if as an organization, coming up with compendiums of stories that teachers have written, storytelling, story writing workshops with children, where children are writing, because if you look at Nagaland, for example, we were talking about, there is no culture of publishing over here. In Nagaland, to some extent, what I have seen is that you have, 1 or 2 publishing houses that help even young preschool children publish their stories, drawings, and whatnot. So I think those are a few things that might help get into the space of building capacities of teachers. There's a 6-month early childhood education course that DERT is rolling out for all of the teachers who are currently untrained. Okay? And this, I don't think it includes Anganwadi teachers as of now, but it includes teachers who are teaching in the government schools. So get into spaces there and just push for it. I think collaborating with different organizations who are working in the Northeast, not just in Meghalaya, and just push it into the textbooks.
Yeah, I think that
Just,
definitely I hope someone from the team is taking notes.
Yeah.
Namrata, quick closing points from your end. Where do you see these handbooks going, and anything for TFFP?
I mean, I'm fully in agreement with Rima. I think even our experience with working with states have been that workbooks, every parent wants a workbook for their child, and while policies will say children should not engage in writing or learn English in the early years, these things will come as demands, and I think flexibility is the key. So this handbook, I think, is one of the first versions of this curriculum coming together, and I think it'll keep evolving on how we see it fitting into different places. So definitely I would say, like, these rhymes are so beautiful. Just go ahead and put them in the textbook if you can as soon as possible, and then we can keep seeing how to keep pushing parts of it in there. So yeah, that's my thought on it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I know we are over time, and I think I know you also have to leave, but so we won't do questions, I'm sorry, but I'm sure you can reach out to any of us or also directly ask some questions right after this. But thank you so much. Yes.
Can I make one request? I think one thing I really wish after visiting Meghalaya, meeting all of you and seeing all your books, I really wish there is a storybook on Anganwadis and an Anganwadi worker and a librarian and fellows that you all will do. Because this is also the Jubilee year for Anganwadis. So we have fantastic dedication, a tribute to all the work they do.
Yeah, I think ever since that conversation happened at your office, the team's been super excited about that. So yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, and congratulations once again. I thank all of our brilliant panelists for such a rich and important conversation. Your insights on the systematic integration of contextual stories, the challenges of publishing and affordability, and the deep learnings from working for all of us. And I also thank Karthik for moderating such an impeccable panel. Ladies and gentlemen, as we near the end of today's journey, we pause once again for melody, a moment of joy and reflection through the gift of song. Please welcome the incredible Kelly Yvette Manor for a special performance that will carry us gently onto our final notes.
Hello, check. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kelly. Today, as part of the TFFP graduation project, I will be performing a song entitled Akuri. This piece is a tribute to our motherland, Khasi, and the soul that has died and has fought and has sacrificed for it. It honors the martyrs whose love for the land was unshakable and whose spirit still whispers through our hills and rivers. The song talks about enduring love, strength, and unwavering courage to not give up no matter the challenges. It reminds us of that our roots are strong, our stories are powerful, and our legacy is something that we should be proud of. Hope that you like the song.
Matut lem sange tuyeng wat yam randin wat tre wat boy sha thong wat om sange jing ma ya pianga ka jan ka khom upat ka hima hari baik ime ita Bait kiblay Akin mo kishong kinshap kimau jelay Akin mau benah kimau bersih Kidang in kerteng kanam Hadu mentah Aku ri bait kiblay Anang bungan syam ising iu bijelay Akari riti dostor hapaka shlay Banwat kumpha omdon hari kiway Ribain kiblay Ki klur kari kiyeng yagne Walaling shop eryong upria lamin sim Keepin in ki mau bersil ki thong ki mau benna Kerteng jong ki kaim Hatu mentah Hatu pitre banlong kinong tong jong nu Hatu pitre banlong kinong tong jong nu Hatu pitre banlong kinong Tong jong nu Hatu kitre panlong kinong Tong jong nu Aku ri bait kiblay Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, for that very powerful and majestic performance. And now, And now, as we close this chapter and look forward to many more, it's time to express our gratitude. To the storytellers, the artists, the mentors, our partners, and every hand and heart behind this journey, we thank you for your faith, your fire, and your words. To deliver the vote of thanks, we invite Pinya Ribha Wadri to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on this joyous occasion. An event like this is only possible because of the shared effort, unwavering support, and heartfelt collaboration of many individuals and organizations. First and foremost, we are deeply grateful to our partners, Rain Matter Foundation, Iklavya, Tata Trusts, Azim Premji Foundation, X-Step, Kalike, Parak, Sesta, Magic Bus, Akam Foundation, and Our Young Trust for believing in the vision of the Forgotten Folklore project and for walking this journey with us. Your encouragement has been instrumental, and it is truly heartening to have so many of you with us here today. We acknowledge with sincere appreciation the Nudge Institute for supporting the TFFP Fellowship. Your invaluable contribution has helped build a growing repository of contextual literature where children from the Northeast and beyond can find reflections of themselves. Our enduring partnership with Pratham Books Storyweaver also deserves a special mention, and we are excited that the 20 books will soon be digitally available on your platform, further widening their reach. We are honored by the presence of our chief guest, Sri Rakam A. Sangma, Education Minister of Meghalaya, and are deeply appreciative of the meaningful words and encouragement that he has shared with us. A heartfelt note of gratitude to our guest of honor, Shri Samir Shisodia, CEO of Rain Matter Foundation, for his inspiring presence and for championing our work with such generosity and conviction. To all our distinguished guests from various departments of the Government of Meghalaya and our partner organizations, your presence has elevated the celebration and brought it deeper meaning. We are sincerely appreciative of your support. A special thanks also goes to Mr. Tarbu Sherpa, the Deputy Director, IPR Department, and Secretary for Literary Affairs, Denzong Sherpa Association, who came all the way from Sikkim to celebrate with us today. Our panelists and moderators, we thank you for your valuable insights and your engaged presence in today's discussions. To the brilliant performers Singreti, Imli Kumzuk Imsong, and Kelly Event Manor, your voices lit up this event with warmth and beauty. We are truly moved. Our gratitude also goes to Vivanta for hosting us in this wonderful space and for the impeccable service that had made this gathering possible. To Anchorage and Eldorado Guest House, we are thankful for the gracious hospitality extended to our guests. To our logistical partners, MCM Enterprise for sound, Visual Grandeur for the LED projection, and Hoven Innovative for the stunning decor. Your contributions brought life to this event. We are also thankful to Judarshan Kendra Shillong for recording and live streaming the day, ensuring that those who are not able to be present with us today can also witness and celebrate with us virtually, and also that we can revisit these cherished moments through their channel. To the press and media, we are grateful for your presence and for helping share this story with a wider audience. A warm thanks to Labasa Creations, our talented photographers and videographers. Your work captures the spirit of today, and we look forward to sharing these moments on our social media. To the Saramandala team, your dedication, support, and tireless efforts, both today and in the days leading up to this event, have not gone unnoticed. We are sincerely thankful. And finally, to the fellows, collaborators, and guests who joined us today, your participation has made this event truly meaningful. We are delighted to have shared this day with you. I am sorry if I have missed out to mention anybody, but we are grateful to absolutely everyone who are present here today and who have celebrated today with us. Wishing you all the very best and a wonderful evening ahead. With heartfelt gratitude, thank you.
Thank you, Pinyai. And with that, our celebration draws to a close. But the stories we know will continue over tea, over time, and most of all, in the pages now waiting to be read.
Thank you all for being part of this beautiful beginning. May we continue to walk gently but boldly into the world as storytellers, as guardians, and as dreamers, remembering that folklore is not just what we inherit, it is what we choose to pass on. Congratulations to each one of you, and may your stories continue to light the way for generations to come, and may your stories always find a home. Kublai Shibun, Chi Hajasngo, and Mithila.